got 5 minutes, 2 minutes.
Welcome to Boulder City City Council. We'll call the meeting to order. Madam City Clerk, confirmation and then posting and roll call.
Thank you.
Councilwoman here.
Yeah, I will. The agenda was posted in accordance with Nevada open meeting law, and all members are here, even though you don't see Councilmember Koki Booth. She'll be here any second.
Okay, thank you. With that, we will call on Pastor Seth Lazan. Waiting respectful time for Councilwoman Booth to join us. After you pray, we will stay standing for the Pledge of Allegiance, but please proceed and with all of us. Thank you.
Thank you. It's an honor to be here to pray with you. Let's bow our heads together. Father God, we're so grateful that you have brought us here today. We are thankful that you have given us your spirit, you've given us yourself, and you've given us this beautiful city to live in and to call our home. We're grateful for our leaders for volunteering their times to serve our community and the needs of the people. Lord, we know that each of us are imperfect in all of our thoughts and our ways, and we ask, Lord, that you would help us to, in your wisdom, guide this city in your purposes and your way everlasting. Lord, I pray that as we together as a community come to lead this expansion in our growth and just the affairs of our community, we ask that you would help us, like you have, to bring order into chaos. And we all have different ideas of what that might look like. But Lord, we ask that you would give us unity of your spirit and love for your people, that we would serve with justice and we would love our neighbors as you have called us to. And we ask, Lord, as we come to this meeting, that we would humbly bow before you as the King of Kings, and that we would together want what's best for our fellow man. We pray this in your name, Jesus. Amen.
Thank you, Pastor. Please stand with us and for the pledge. I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We have some public announcements. First off, we'd like to hear from Kathy Morris and Art Swanson from our emergency aid, if you'd like to come forward.
Hi, my name's Kathleen Morris, 1000 Legacy Drive, Boulder City, and we're here tonight. They're going to put up a slide. But we're here tonight because one of your employees, Jennifer Owen, she is the dispatcher for the police, decided that she wanted to do a food drive for us. And so you could see. So the police had never done one before. They only did it for 3.5 hours. They raised over a ton of food, 2,000 pounds, in 3.5 hours. And then when the firemen came to get their lunch or whatever, dinner or whatever they were going to buy for that day, they asked the fire department, what are you going to do for emergency aid? And you could see in the slides that they bought turkeys and brought them to emergency aid, not to be outdone by the police department. So we're really grateful. To tell you the truth, those are the only turkeys we got this year. So we had to buy all the rest of the turkeys because last year we got turkeys from everybody. The Raiders gave us turkeys, and this year we didn't get any turkeys, so except for what we got from the fire department. So we really appreciate the police department and the fire department. And then the last slide, we really appreciate the city. that went to put all the bags together for the Angels, Boulder City Angels. These 3 guys came and delivered all the bags, and we really appreciate that. Our Angel program, we have somebody come in the other day that said if there's any tags on the tree, they're going to take them all. And the people in Boulder City are just so generous, and we're just so grateful. And we've had a great fundraising year, so I'm really grateful to everybody in Boulder City. And I'm grateful for the city for letting us have that building, because that building, we couldn't do it without the building. So, and we were getting more and more clients every day, like 24 in 1 week. So we're growing, and we're using more food. So thank you to the police department and the fire department and the city.
Could you share with us all of the things that you do?
Well, we pay emergency, we're emergency food and rent and utility assistance. We also do a back-to-school drive for back-to-school supplies. We are right now doing Boulder City Angels, formerly called Angel Tree. We had to change the name because the name was trademarked by a group from Virginia, a prison group, who trademarked the name Angel Tree, and we got a letter from their attorney that said that we had to change it. So we do Angel Tree, Boulder City Angels. I have to get used to that name. We have gas vouchers. We have bus passes. We have Silver Rider passes. We have sent quite a few people home, like homeless people. We've sent them home to wherever, if they have if they come and they have somewhere to go and they have somebody that will take them. We've probably sent more than a dozen people home, mostly homeless people, and I don't know what else. That's about it, I guess.
Well, we have to say how much we appreciate this, and I know we don't do this very often, but we're going to stand and give you an ovation for everything you do. Thank you. Thank you so much. We do have a proclamation. December is the National Drunk and Drugged Prevention Month for stopping DUIs. And so the month of December is that focus and that prevention. And we make that proclamation for this month and appreciate everyone who's trying to help everyone else make sure that we're safe on the roads and what we do. So thank you all for the things that you do for us. We will now have announcements. Do we have any other announcements, Madam City Clerk? That's it. And we'll open public comment at this time for anything that is pertaining to and on the agenda, tonight's agenda. So anyone who would like to come forward, state your name and tell us what you have. Take as many as 3 minutes if you would like, and let us know what you're thinking.
Hello, my name is Aaron Meadow. This is regarding bill number 2091. I voiced it before, but I have deep concerns about adding more battery storage even out into the desert. We've heard from the fire department firsthand that there's issues on putting out these battery fires. So I would just ask if that does carry through, maybe there's a stipulation that gets added to it, that gets addressed before we allow more batteries to go into the desert. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else here in chambers like to come forward? Anyone on the phone? Okay, if you're on the phone, 702-589-9629. Anyone else who would like to come forward, please do at this time. Anyone on the phone, 702-589-9629. Hearing no one on the phone and no one here on chambers, we will go to, we probably ought to have our When are we doing our teams?
That's after the approval.
Okay. So we will close public comment, go to looking for approval of the regular agenda.
I move to approve the regular agenda.
Second.
And any comments? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes, and we'll move to the approval of the consent agenda.
Move to approve.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. That brings us to our regular agenda and presentations. We'll start with number 10, recognition and presentation for the certificates of Boulder City High School girls tennis team, boys tennis team, and girls golf team who are state champions. And we are going to have everybody come in, and Councilwoman Jorgensen is going to be in charge of this.
This is awesome to see you guys all here today. I think the reason I get the opportunity to be in charge of this, which I'm grateful for, is I was a school teacher, and plus I just absolutely love our schools here in Boulder City and all that they do for our community as a whole. We're so proud of you to watch those numbers on that sign coming into town move up. You will always be able to come back to that sign and say, I'm one of those numbers on that sign, or more than one. Because if you've been in tennis for a while or golf, you might be more than one, right? So we're so excited tonight to have here girls golf, who are state champs, girls and boys tennis, who are also state champs. We have a rich tradition here of bringing home some state championships in our gym, you can tell. And so we're so proud of you. And we'd like to do this. Do you want to start with one group first? Girls golf? Should we go there first? Girls golf. Please come up so that we can give to you your trophy. Do we have coach here or? Okay, no coach here this time, but, oh, yes, coach? Come back, come on down. One of the coaches is here.
And we're going to get a photo.
Congratulations. Take a picture right up here. All right.
Well, I feel like I need the microphone, but, so if you would like to first come up and get your certificates, because if we take a picture, I'd like you to have your certificates.
Test.
So if Riley Elder, have Thank you. I guess my teacher voice wasn't loud enough. Mackenzie, I asked you how to say this, Martirano. Did I do it? Ashlyn Reuter. And Morgan Terrell. Congratulations, girls. We have one of the coaches here who does not want to say anything. Except that they're amazing, these girls, and they were great to coach, right?
They are absolutely amazing, and hopefully we get at least one more next year.
Awesome. And then Coach Reese, who is that who you said? Yeah, Bobby Reese couldn't be here, so.
All right, we're going to get you all together for a picture real quick. All right, everybody ready? 1, 2, 3.
And as a reward, you don't have to stay for the whole meeting.
Oh, I think they should. Right? Yeah.
Okay, just what is up next is tennis, and I know we have coaches here. If you guys would like to come up and say, would you like to say a few things? Well, you earned the honor. Please, come up. We have Coach Rich Huxford. What year is this for you? What year is this for you?
Coaching this team? 10, 11 years.
Yeah.
So, I just wanted to say how proud I am of these kids. It's the first time in school history that both girls and boys tennis won at the same time on the same day. And everybody played their hearts out, and they worked so hard this season to accomplish that. And just been an exceptional group of kids on and off the court.
I think it's girls first. So if I call you and you're here and you want to come on down or up, please do. Harmony. Harmony Cook. Callie. I guess, oh, she's not here. Wrong Callie. Okay. I'm getting some help.
We have a big team.
Audrey Humes. Audrey Humphrey. Brooklyn Coster. Chelsea Larson. Camilla Lyons. Congrats. They are. Okay. Yep. Kendall Shamo.
Kendall was an individual state champion this year. With her partner, Mariah.
Mariah Torgeson. So this is an awesome group of girls who worked very hard to bring home state champion with the boys. So good job. Should we get a picture? Oh, just for the record, let's announce who isn't here so people would know who it was that also. There's Michaela Vollmer, Karina Rubio, Angelina Lord, Kylie Hodgins, and Emma Hobbs, and Lila Gunson, Quinn Gibson, and Callie Fagan. I don't know where to go.
All right, everybody ready? One. Let's try that again. 1, 2, 3. Thank you.
Congratulations, Chris. Congratulations. So just a small personal insight, Coach Huxford coached my son, and her son and my son played doubles together, and might have won a state championship together under her awesome coaching. So much thank you to her for her years put in. It is really a volunteer thing when you do something like this.
You have way more boys.
Okay.
How about you, Herman?
I can hand them, if you hand them to me, to hand them to them. So Miles Alder. Shane Barrow, second place in doubles too. Very well done. Congrats. Logan Borg, second place in singles. This is huge to single in your, or to be in your event and to place in your event. Grady Crane. Tate Crane. Gavin Ernie. Congrats. Oh, Bennett Forney, a doubles partner that got second at state also. Gibson Lamoureux. Ryan Queren. Congrats. Bryce Schrock. Congrats. William Teeples. Daniel Tristano?
You have to say.
Oh, Daniele Tristano. Are you visiting us as an exchange from Italy? Nice. Exchange student. Those who are not here are Eli Valencia, Ethan Wagstaff, Eric Shamo, Nathan Law.
Good luck.
Oh, Chase
Herbolsheimer.
Kellen Gross, Gavin Gross, Tyler Bradshaw, and Thomas Allen. Congratulations.
They're a little bit taller, aren't they? All right, everybody ready? 1, 2, 3.
I really like that. It's a really good
Thanks.
I used to go there every quarter for 2 years.
Did you? Oh, I just I finally got to go with my grandmother.
Oh, you went to St. Edmund?
Not just like
Yeah, that's where he's from. I was there when he was born.
Oh my gosh.
That is funny. It's a small world.
Mr. City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. Our next item is the presentation of the 26th Annual Bill Andrews Award, recognizing an individual who is making a difference in our community. And I'll turn the time over to you to announce the person and present the award.
All right, thank you. We don't have a drum, so I'm just going to say Cindy Swanson. And if her cohorts or her people with her would like to come forward too, please.
Oh, how cute he is. Oh.
So if you all could go down and be with her while I read this.
Yeah, here, Cindy. Come step right over here so we can see that here. Towards me. Now, there you go, right there. You're good, right there.
So Bill Andrews was a city attorney here in Boulder City when we moved here, and has his fingerprints on a lot of what we do in Boulder City. And he created, just by being who he is, the need to have recognition for people who have done things and been so important to us in Boulder City. And the list is long and deep. And this particular award goes to Cindy Swanson, who has made a difference in our community. She and her husband Art and their son Adam are relatively new to Boulder City. They moved here just 8 years ago. And in that short period of time, Cindy has made a huge impact. Cindy has been heavily involved in accessibility advocacy for years. Born with the gift of vision, she developed a visual impairment later in life. In her travels around our city, she recognized and recognizes challenges in the public environment that could be corrected. She lent her voice to making change and was a founding member of the Accessibility Boulder City Working Group in 2023. Cindy and other members developed recommendations to improve accessibility and usability of city-owned buildings, parks, projects, infrastructure, such as sidewalks, using personal experiences for inclusive accessibility. Cindy Swanson exemplifies what it means to serve our community, to put service before self, and to help those in need. She has impacted our community for the better. Cindy, we're so grateful to have you. And I think, if I could be so bold as to say, I think the whole look of Boulder City has been improved by all of us that can not only see, but feel the difference. Thank you so much for being who you are and what you've done for us. We are going to give you an award.
Thank you so much. Those are kind words. Thank you.
We have to make sure he gets in the picture.
Yes. Oh, wow. Look at this.
I know, it's pretty important, just like you, so here we are, right?
Thank you.
All right, everybody, I'm gonna take the photo in 3, 2, 1. And we got Hershey in there.
Thank you. I cannot not say something. As Margaret Mead said, famous
We're going to give you a
anthropologist.
microphone.
Oh, okay. As the famous anthropologist Margaret Mead said, never doubt that a small group of thoughtful, committed citizens can change the world, because indeed that is the only way it can happen. And I would like your indulgence for us to invite our group up here that has worked with me tirelessly and endlessly and put up with me week after week, pushing and pushing and pushing. So that would be Pam, Deb, Cherubel, Charm. I don't know who else came here today, but Kendra's in our group. She couldn't make it. Alan Goya is in our group, and he's not here. Mary, who is an expert in safety. If you all folks can come up, because you are all part of the work that we've done. So I want to let everybody know how great you guys are. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, everybody, 1, 2, 3. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Miss Cindy.
Thank you.
I'm a little busy. I am. No, don't worry about it. No, Christmas. Oh. She's got the meeting tonight.
We will now be privileged to have a presentation by Theodore Robison III, who's our regional superintendent for quarterly report on Clark County School District. So we appreciate you coming and everything that you've been able to do today, even going from school to school. So the mic is yours.
Thank you very much. So greetings, City Council members and Mayor Hardy. My name is Theo Robison, as you said, the Region 3 Superintendent. And today I'm here to share several celebrations, extracurricular celebrations, sports celebrations, and obviously some academic growth and achievement celebrations as well. So to begin, as we just literally heard, Boulder City High School girls golf secured another state championship, number 137, earlier in the fall. And then also the dual wins in tennis helped us capture our 138th and 139th state title. And so in addition to that, the marching band experienced some tremendous growth this year, being that they went from 2A to 3A classification. They actually scored 68.35, which is higher than their score from last year of 66.55. So that's some tremendous celebration as well. Also, the SOAR, the Student Opportunity for Advocacy Reflection Advisory Period, remains a cornerstone at Boulder City High School. Their focus on belonging, reflection, and student voice has been what the fall has been focused on so far this year. At Garrett Junior High School, Garrett had 6 talented musicians selected for the Clark County School District Middle School Honor Choir. The band and the choir performed with Boulder City High School musicians at a football game to perform the national anthem and joined the pep band, highlighting the unity across Boulder City schools. Also, the robotics teams are gearing up for competition, designing, building, and preparing their robots for their year's challenge. And then also in the hydroponics lab, students are cultivating plants and learning the science of sustainable growing. Advanced classes are working on a year-long project of planting what's considered to be a bonsai tree. And this is teaching our students patience and precision as well. Also, we like to highlight the governor's designated Nevada STEM school, which Garrett has, and they'll be celebrating a STEAM Day to conclude the semester, where every student will participate in creative exploration and collaboration through learning experiences. At Martha P. King, so the school had a spectacular event which had over 1,300 attendees. This is their largest spectacular event in over a decade. We're also able to see that the proceeds for the spectacular event will go to a local family whose child recently underwent some major medical treatment. Also, we have the Rotary-sponsored Career Day, which took place on November the 13th, which connected our 4th and 5th grade students to Boulder City professionals like dentists, city planners, and EMTs for career exploration. Also, there was a Week of Respect, which included a week of activities centered on kindness, empathy, and inclusion. And also, our Police Chief Shea also delivered a message of law enforcement as helpers and protectors, and that ended the campus-wide drone photo shoot symbolizing unity. At Mitchell Elementary School, we had 50 community members and representatives from other schools who attended their Leadership Day on October the 24th. The Student Lighthouse team led participants through the school to demonstrate how students build their leadership skills daily, leading morning ceremony, and then also maintaining leadership notebooks and setting goals. Next, what I'd like to share with you is some of our student growth and achievement data, which is also some pretty tremendous highlights in the third quarter. So Boulder City continues to demonstrate exceptionally strong performance across all subjects relative to the district. 100% of the schools are rated 4 stars or higher under the Nevada State Performance Framework. The highest possible star rating is 5 stars. Martha P. King, led by Jason Schrock, is a 4-star school. Last year, they were a 3-star school. Garrett Junior High School, which is led by Melanie Tiemont, is a 5-star school. Last year, they were a 3-star school. And Boulder City, led by Amy Wagner, continues to be a 4-star school. Overall, we're able to see achievement in English language arts and mathematics and science remain above the district and state averages. In English language arts in 3rd grade, we saw proficiency grow to 10.3%. In grades 3 through 5, we grew 10.1% from 57% to 67.1%, which is showing strong early literacy outcomes evident in our classrooms. In grades 6 through 8, we improved by 5.8% from 54.7% to 60.5%, maintaining consistent middle school success with nearly 10 percentage points of growth over the last 3 years. We attribute the success in ELA with hiring solid teachers, strong pedagogical practices, collaboration with Curriculum and Development Department, which has allowed a 1.5 years of professional learning to show our teachers how to incorporate Tier 1 instructional materials. In 11th grade, we saw 2.3% improvement from 61.1% to 65.4%, which is well above the district average. At Boulder City High School, professional learning communities is considered to be the strength of their proficiency rates, in addition to the Nevada College and Career Readiness Assessment, also a focus on ensuring each student understands the relevancy of their learning and the importance of their preparation for adult life. In mathematics, our early grades show notable growth in numeracy foundations. In grades 6 through 8, we saw stable scores between 42 to 45% proficiency above the district average of 39%. Our grade ACT in 11th grade, our proficiency fell 5 points from 40.1% to 35.1%. In science, in grade 5, proficiency went up 18.4%. From 26.1% to 44.5%. In grade 8, we saw strong outcomes at 67% amongst the top performing municipalities in the state. In grade 10, proficiency went up 12.8% from 22.9% growth to 35.8%, remaining above the district's average. Some of the strengths that we'd like to celebrate is that teachers' collaboration through professional learning communities are allowing teachers to plan more effectively for individual students' needs. Also, we're looking for opportunities where we can also further develop our skill set in teaching mathematics and sciences and implementing Tier 1 curriculums across the system. And then also we're looking at how can we strengthen closing our student gaps between our special education students and our English language learners as well. So at this time, I'd like to answer any questions that you may have.
Not sure we have any questions, but we have a lot of compliments. But anyway, go ahead, whoever would like to weigh in.
Thank you for the report. Boulder City seems to hold the torch for Nevada. Do you have any idea what our standings are across the country?
So that's a great question, and I could work on getting you that answer for
Okay.
sure. So I'll certainly take a note on that one, and I'll get that detail back to you for sure. Thank you for that.
Okay, thank you. And I was glad to see proficiency in some of the sections of children that seemed like they were left behind over the last couple of years, and they have done a lot of improvement. So thank you for what you do there. I was trying to pull up my notes. 1 second, please. Open enrollment. I understand that you're trying to get more students to come here to Boulder City. Can you explain a little bit of how that's going to work?
So ultimately, one of the things that I know is that schools do everything possible in order to attribute more students to come into their schools. I think one of the things that I find in our smaller community here is, like, I'll give you an example. Like, we know at our middle school, we had to incorporate different type of elective opportunities for students to be able to want to come into the system. So when they have our hydroponics lab and things of that nature, and planting bonsai trees, and then developing salsa gardens, and doing some of those things that you see that might be across other schools to make you want to be more of a, I would say, more of a marketable school setting would be something that I know schools are working towards. And another thing, too, is that since you have such a strong community feel up in this area, the more things that they can do in alignment to one another school to school also helps attract that as well. As I had an opportunity to spend the majority of the time up here today in our schools, I really recognized how much community and sense of value that they have in building those relationships school to school, where we have some students that might attend one of our schools because they have a higher level math need and things of that nature. nature, and then also the collaboration between teachers in our community as well across school to school is also some of the things that I think made attracted. But one of the number one things is more than anything is that the school leaders, the community, and the principals uplifting the importance and the quality of the schools here, especially with these scores. That kind of sells itself, to be honest with you. It's pretty powerful to see.
And especially in sports.
Yes,
Kids always
indeed.
want to be on the winning team. And
That's a great point. As we just saw all these students here with all these state championships and 139 as I drove in here, that's a powerful thing too. Yes,
it
indeed.
really is.
Indeed.
Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you.
I'm going to, first of all, I'd like to introduce myself. I'm Cokie Booth, and I'm known as a grandmother and an auntie around town. And I just wanted to go over some of these proficiency grades that you have here. And it's really shocking to me. And my real question, and I've asked this before, is how do we get these up? Because 50% isn't wonderful to me. So in grade 10 in science, we're at 23%. And I'm just going to go over a couple here. In language arts, 11th grade, we're at 65, which is wonderful. I think that's really good. And then in science, grade 10 is 35.8. So how do we get these proficiency rates up? What are those answers? We have some wonderful teachers. I don't think it's the teachers. I don't know what it is. And because I don't have the background like Ms. Jorgensen does. But how do we bring these kids up to we're at 75 and 80?
Yes.
To me, that seems like that's where they should be. And this is only for Boulder City. This is not
Yes,
for any
indeed.
place else.
Yes. So I will tell you specifically for Boulder City, when I had a chance to speak with Amy Wagner, our principal at Boulder City High School. So one of the things that she said to me is, Theo, we're really working towards helping our students understand the relevancy and having them have some more voice, choice, and agency in the projects that are being developed in the school. And then also connecting that college and career readiness assessment to help them see a stronger understanding of how this is going to relate to what you do post-secondary, whether you choose to go to college or career. So I think some of that goes back to the relevancy, the student voice, choice, and agency, and then also the implementation of the district curriculum resources, the Amplify curriculum and things of that nature that we have at some of our schools. Like to me, those are some of those things that I think would help with that. But specifically talking to our principal here, those are some of the things that she highlighted.
Thank you very much.
Yes, indeed. Thank you.
Hello. I remember last time, we'll say Dr. J, because that's easier than saying her
Yes.
complete last name for me, came, and we were extremely concerned about science because the trajectory was down, 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 down. I'm excited about the trajectory there, and things don't happen in a vacuum in a school. Things happen, from Clark County School District to principals to teachers to students to families.
Yes.
And there's a large equation when it comes to education and education of an individual. I would like to first say I celebrate the direction with which Boulder City is heading. I recognize the concern that Councilwoman Booth said. I mean, yes, 35% in math, right? That's the only one that seemed to, for high school, that seemed to have a downward trajectory. Being ready and being higher than the district is, I think, concerning probably for Clark County School District.
Yes.
I mean, fifth largest school district still? I mean,
Yes,
I
it
always
is
bring
fifth
that up.
largest.
So we're putting the fifth largest school district number of kids, only 35% ready in math.
Mm-hmm.
And so I know that, and hope that you
Yes.
guys are putting your best minds on this,
Yes.
on how to make this happen in the classroom. Because it has to happen in the classroom with these kids.
Yes, indeed.
So whatever you're doing to raise those numbers or is being done in these schools, I applaud them and encourage them to continue in that direction because it's a positive direction, and apply that to the other areas. I do have some questions, and one of them is I saw that site-based autonomy is changing due to legislation, right?
Yes.
That was passed. Can you explain that just a little bit for
Yes.
us?
So I'll make an attempt to do that.
Okay.
But one of the things that we know is that with the new Senate bill, we're being asked to better monitor principal and teacher effectiveness, and then put in some of those systems and structures in order to help support build their capacity as leaders across the system. And so those are some of the things that now the district is currently starting to build a task force around in order to try to make better sense making of what that means for Clark County School District happen. But there was something else that you said that I wanted to go back to, and it kind of aligned with the question that Mrs. Booth had. So another thing that I wanted to say that Dr. J has helped us do, Dr. Joskowski and Dr. Jesse Welsh, our teaching and learning deputy superintendent, and our superintendent, Ms. Ebert. So we actually have principal collaboratives as well this year where principals are able to sit with one another. And the high school representatives met last week, the middle schools met last week, and we split our elementary schools up by socioeconomic level in order to have deeper conversations about why some schools see success and why other schools don't, and kind of learn from one another on some of the things that they might want to do differently. So I definitely want to highlight that, because being in that room, watching them take their agency about how can they better strengthen their academics in their schools and a variety of other systems and structures in their schools was pretty powerful to see as well. So that's something I want to lean on too, is when we put those principals in a room together to think through some of these questions, and then they come up with some things that they can do to spark and bring back to their buildings. So.
And I love that idea, because when I was teaching school, there's no need for me to create the will if someone else created a perfectly great one and I could copy that will.
There you
right?
go.
But
Yes,
then
indeed.
I could create the other will,
Mhm.
and maybe they could come to me. So we each have our strengths, and if we share those, I'm just going to ask, the task force being created, is that
Yes.
going to take monies away from actual schools?
No, this is, so right now, I know one of the things that we've done is we tried to figure out what district level leadership needs to be a part of that. Then we'll reach out to building level leadership as well, I would anticipate. But right now, we were just working on the student or the school associate superintendent lens, the regional superintendent lens, and district leadership lens to start building that first parameter and that first group of people to start trying to figure out some sense making around that.
Okay, because that's just been given to you, so now you have to figure out what to do with it, right?
Well, I just had to produce some names. Don't let me start
Which
making up.
is good, but you're
Yeah,
creating the
But we're a
plan.
part of that. Yes, indeed.
Yes.
I'm a part of that, trying to help figure out the sense making around the Senate bill.
I would encourage as much to go to teaching, as we always do, the per pupil funding to go to the per pupil,
Yes.
to be able to be educated. My next question is, I'm on the facilities assessment board.
Okay.
And I know that they were supposed to have a meeting this fall where they did the assessments. And could you help us to understand where we at Boulder City stand as far as that assessment?
So walk me through what you mean. I'm sorry.
So they would come in and assess our specific facilities and say if we needed upgrades, what they
I'm
were
sorry. The
thinking.
facility management process.
Right.
Okay. Thank you. Yes,
Right.
indeed.
Yeah.
So I was a part of that conversation at Boulder City, and I will tell you just the power of the principal's knowledge and their historical reference of things that have happened in the past and things that we want to kind of stay away from our previous learnings was pretty powerful to hear. And so one of the things that we're doing right now is we're just trying to understand the history and the understanding of how Boulder City began to be Boulder City from its beginning to its middle and now currently. And then one of the things too is that we actually, so the people that are running this work for us, there's a person named Brandon McGoughlin, who's our chief of facilities. And then also Felicia Gonzalez, our deputy superintendent of operations. And then also Dr. Jesse Welsh, our deputy superintendent of teaching and learning. So they're all help kind of build this conversation up with also the facility maintenance, some of those members from that team. And so one of the things that you're doing right now is you're kind of looking at areas in school buildings and locations that have some wear and tear on them, and you're starting to have conversations around the fiscal needs of the system. But right now, it's pretty much in the thought partner phase of the work. As when we spoke, had the conversations up here with the principals, I think it was about a week and a half, 2 weeks ago now. It was really about us understanding the history, understanding our buildings currently, and just really hearing their voices. And so eventually the process is going to bring itself to having stakeholder input. So there'll be a group here in Boulder City in the future as well to try to solicit some stakeholder input and to listen from your community members in order to kind of start thinking through some possible next steps.
Okay, and we'll be made aware of that.
Oh,
then.
certainly you will be. Yes, indeed.
Okay,
Yes, yes,
perfect.
yes.
Thank you so much for
Thank you.
everything.
Thank you very much.
We had some state champions recently in the schools. And so it made me think of back in the day where we had math counts as a competition. So could we reinstigate or instigate, if that were the word, a competition in math and science, for instance, so that I could get 140 and 141
I like
state
that.
champions?
I like that idea.
And I think when there is competition between schools, sometimes the pride and the practice that goes before the pride, I guess, would be helpful. I'm not familiar if we have anything like that going right now, but I know that when you give a kid a challenge to compete, they rise.
Yes. I see that in robotics right now.
Right.
Like when I see our kids compete in robotics and things of that nature, it just brings them to another level. Like today, when I was over with Melanie Timont, one of the things that we saw was students in, I called it a manufacturing design class. But one of the things that they were doing was they were taking chopsticks and figuring out, so this is a utensil that we've used for years, but then now if I was going to make this something different and something better, what would that be? And a student put an end of made it like a rice scooper on the end. So he said, you know what, it's hard for me when I'm eating my sushi to pick up the rice sometimes, so I could pick up the sushi, but if I could use the other end to eat the rice. And then another young lady developed a blood sugar reader she had, and she was developing some ornaments that you can put on top of that she might want to sell. But just watching our students spark their creativity and their passion for having that power to design and think things through. So as you talk about these competitions like math counts and challenges of this nature for math and science, like that is something I can certainly try to bring back to understand, do we have that in place now, or how can we get that to come back? Because the students are just so ready to have these type of experiences. So it's just pretty cool to see.
140 and 141.
There we go. I don't know if it'll beat wrestling season and basketball season, but I could try to figure that out for us
All right.
by the Q4 report.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Any other?
I just had one last question in reference to truancy. I didn't see anything on there. Where we stand on truancy, kids getting to school. I know that was really low last year, but I didn't see it on the graphs.
So let me try to get that for you as well.
Okay,
So
thank
there's
you.
a few things I've written down here that I have some next steps to work on, and two of those are from you, so I'll work on those for
I
sure.
appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you for that
And
question.
you don't have to wait for 3 months to give us those answers if you want to give them to us.
I could just email them to you.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
All right.
Got
Appreciate it. Thank you for
I
your
appreciate
report.
it. Thank you very much for your time today.
Thank you. And we'll close number 12 and go to number 13 for possible action, consideration of Bill 2091. Madam City Attorney.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Item 13 before you this evening is consideration of Bill 2091. This would enact an ordinance approving agreement number 22-1980A, which would amend option to lease agreement 22-1980 between the City of Boulder City and Townsite 2 for the development of solar and/or battery energy storage systems. The original option agreement was approved in 2022 and was granted for a 3-year term, which expires at the end of this year. Various financial terms, the applicant had approached the city regarding extending the option as additional time was needed for due diligence before the facility could be developed. In exchange for granting an additional 1-year option extension, various financial terms were also modified to reflect the recent appraised value and additional rents collected for battery storage. An additional fee of 194 megawatts per year was also included for fire safety assessment. This area of land is located next to the original town site project. And again, this amendment would extend the option agreement for 1 year and add those additional financial terms. Additionally, we added terms to increase fire suppression. To address fire suppression, We added additional terms to indemnify the city and our mutual aid providers. If there is a fire, those costs would be burdened by the project operators, and the city would be made whole. Additionally, the fire safety assessment fee was added to address the additional costs for public safety, and there was also additional terms for minimum water requirements and having on-site personnel in the event of a fire, really incorporating some of the lessons learned from the recent incident that we had here. So all parties are in agreement, and we recommend approval of this item.
Thank you. Any questions?
Yeah. Is it possible to bring the applicant up?
Linda Bullen, on behalf of the applicant.
Richard Lammers, on behalf of the applicant.
I'm just interested, Mayor, if the applicant has anything to say before we start the question process.
No, I think the city attorney summarized it well. When you compare the value from the old lease to the current lease, the new changes just economically increase the revenue to the city by about $400,000 to a total of $630,000 under the new lease arrangement. In addition, there's additional fire suppression provisions added to the lease. Our partner is Arevon, who is the owner of Townsite Solar One. We are incorporating all the lessons learned from the recent fire into the design of our project, so we'll be responsive to that. And we'll be certainly meeting with the fire department prior to the construction of the project to make sure that their voice is heard and that their thoughts are incorporated into the design of the project.
Thank you. So it's very complicated to go from zero to completed project. And there's a lot of hurdles, financial and regulatory and so forth. So it's been a 3-year term to this point. So tell us what delays you might have encountered, why we're not further along in the process today, or is this where you expected to be today, and why then, didn't we consider something longer, or what extenuating circumstances occurred that caused us to be in this position to request an extension of the lease option?
Excellent question. Normally, the development gestation period for a solar plus storage project is typically in the 5-year range. Once we signed the lease option for the city and got site control of the site, we immediately turned to work with the BLM. The BLM has a parcel of land about the same size that's to the west of this property. And we worked with the BLM and recently secured a right-of-way grant from them in 2023. And then land is no good unless you have an interconnection. And so most of that time period between the time that we signed the lease was working with SNWA, doing studies with them and WAPA to convince them that the power to build a transmission line to and from Meade to interconnect into the project site. So that took time to get that done. And once we had the interconnection, because you can't really market the power from the project until you have an interconnection. Once we had the interconnection, we commenced marketing the power. And that's where we are, and we just ran out of time, frankly. We didn't, there's a lot of interest in the solar. The size of the BESS is currently 167 megawatts. That's also in the amendment. We're adjusting the size from 70 to 167. And the fee that the city attorney mentioned, the $2,000 per megawatt, that would go against the 167. It actually goes against installed capacity, but that's our current design. And so that's the real challenge. We're trying to get people to buy the battery. Most of the people want to buy the battery associated with the solar. So we have some interest, and we'll continue to market it and do our best to try to sell it within this year period.
Thank you. You mentioned SNWA, the Southern Nevada Water Authority. Part of your agreement is to provide power to that agency to create a power purchase agreement there and have that in place, right?
Yeah, SNWA, we signed a transmission option agreement, so they will provide the wires and the substation to allow the power to be transmitted to and from the Meade substation. At the Meade substation, there will be a power purchaser, and whoever it is, City of Glendale, as in the case of the first Townsite Solar One project, they would pick up the energy at Meade. But the role of SNWA is to provide the interconnection and the transmission to and from the Meade substation.
Thank you. They're not a client necessarily, but a partner in transmission.
Right.
Thank you.
Correct.
Yeah, thank you for that clarification. Okay, well, I just wanted to, kind of be transparent in that, in where the process, the journey that it takes. For the community, that's an asset that we want to monetize, right? It's an important part of the budgeting process for Boulder City, for our general fund, and for the variety of things that we do. And so the better the arrangement for the community, the sooner that we monetize that, and then it becomes better and better. And so as we consider a 1-year option here, or extension, if you will, where do you see yourselves in this 12 months? Are you going to be, putting shovel to dirt? Are you going to be complete with all of your purchase arrangements so that you can begin? What do we expect to see here? Because the other option is to let it expire, right? And to go out to RFP for a new group. Now, they would have the same journey, right? It's a multi-year journey, so we understand that to go back to square one would put us back in time as well. But we also want to see this scoot along.
No, we understand. Obviously, we have already over $8 million invested in the project, and we need to get a return on that money. So our interest to move fast is just as strong as the city's, to start generating revenue from the city. So we're actively marketing the power. I can't say that we are in a negotiation with anybody right now per se, but we're going to respond to all the RFPs that make sense to sell our power. The most likely candidates for the power are located in California, so they all require importation rights to pick up the power at Meade. There are some people that are interested, and we'll continue to market to them. Even if we were to reach an agreement with them by, say, March or June at the latest, at that point, we would need to work with the city to make sure we'd have to finalize the design of the project, and then we'd have to meet with the city to get all the permits ready to start construction, raise financing. I think it'll initially we were seeking a 2-year extension as the lease option initially contemplated, but through, our discussions with the city staff, what we found most support around a 1-year extension. I can't tell you that we wouldn't prefer a 2-year extension. I would like to have the time, but, it's already been 3 years. We understand that we need to move quickly. If we're moving quickly, and it'll be evident, the city will see that, we either have an agreement, a PPA signed, and we just need a little bit more time. And at that time, once we have the evidence, I think, and we need an extension, I think the city would see that an extension would be warranted. But right now, we need to produce more evidence to justify that.
I don't have any more questions for them, but I do have for our city attorney, so I'll yield the floor if others have questions for them. Thank you.
So I would just, along that line, when we extend the lease, as it were, is there a difference in the pay that you give to the city now versus over the next year with the extended lease?
So the lease option payment does go up, I think, around 2.5%. So it's around $40,000 per year. And I think it started out at $33,000 and now it's up to $40,000. So it just through the natural escalator that was in the prior contract, there would be a higher lease option payment of around $40,000.
So if we don't extend the lease, number one, you have a problem, which makes us have a problem, which makes us not make as much money on the extended lease that we would like to extend.
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay.
I'm trying to put words in your mouth. Sherry. Okay. Anyone else?
Good
Clay?
afternoon, or good evening, I should say. I'd like to just kind of look a little bit further. Say the extension goes through, you're ready to go. Can you tell me a little bit about your emergency management and how you're going to handle batteries? Or, you know, we had a fire, obviously, down there, and I think that we dodged a bullet during that time. But can you explain how you could go forward to assure the residents the safety of the battery storage?
Well, there's some basics, lessons learned. Like I understand that Townside Solar One project was lacking signage, just basic signage saying here's where the battery's located. So when the fire department arrives on site, you know, they need to know where to go, right? It's not a small site. It's, you know, it could be several miles that they have to travel. So that's pretty basic, and that's an easy fix, very low cost. The other is to meet up front with the city and dig deeper into what actually happened on the fire. What would the fire department like to do better? Is more training necessary? I've even thought, you know, these are things that we would work closely with the fire department. Maybe there should be a horn, you know, and then a notice to all the citizens saying that when you hear this horn, it's time to evacuate. I doubt it would ever get to that point. The fire would be controlled by then, but there should be some sort of plan in place, some sort of plan if it got to be the point where the city needed to be evacuated. I don't want to scare people. I doubt that would ever happen, but if it were to happen, there should be some plan instead of just, you know, what do we do? How do we communicate to the city? So, you know, these are things that I'd like to defer and come back to you on after I have the input from the city staff and the fire department.
But I was going to add that there is a requirement, a new requirement in the lease that there will be the construction, commissioning, and operation of an on-site fire suppression system that's acceptable to the city. So that's built in. So what exactly that looks like at this point, we don't quite know yet, because it's going to require communication, as Rick indicated, with the city, and particularly the fire department.
But this will be in the amendment. We'll have to commit to these words.
Right, absolutely.
Yes, so there won't be, we know it going in.
Well, technology being the way it is, you know, it's moving on our doorstep, but we want to get in front of it and make sure that the safety side of it, the security side of it, water, electricity, all that is in place, and our residents are safe. That's the main thing. So.
And we want the same exact thing. It's not going to help us one bit if we have an incident that is not responded to in the right way.
Thank you.
It would really hurt our reputation.
We love to have a good reputation. Thank you for coming forward. Do you have someone else you want to have come forward? Okay. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
If you could come up to the, well, you could answer from where you're sitting. That's up to you. So if that's your official spot, then fine.
I have the agreement on my laptop, so it makes it a little easier.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you. So, you know, I understand that, you know, in negotiations, we came up with a 12-month potential in this agreement. If council, after discussion, is agreeable, and if it makes sense, is it possible to add some benchmarks, very specific and very measurable, that if they get to a particular benchmark with agreements or with equipment purchase or whatever those benchmarks might be, is it possible that we could have a provision tonight in this bill? I know it's the 13th or the 11th hour, right? So if it's not possible, then it's a moot point. But if there are benchmarks that could be met that are showing real and measurable progress, is it possible to add, 3 months or 6 months or whatever the right time might be, that we feel that hey, they're near the finish line and they've invested even more millions than they already have. And let's, rather than have to have a whole nother bill and a whole nother negotiation, put these benchmarks in there and automatic things that might occur to add a little bit of time so that they can get over the finish line without having to go through this again.
With the agreement expiring at the end of the month, the benchmarks could absolutely be added, but what those are and the specific language would have to really be negotiated by the parties. And so I think that it may be impractical to do it tonight at the meeting, but we could certainly, if the option is extended for 1 year, the parties can always come together if that 1 year is insufficient, and the council can have those internal benchmarks to say what those would be in order to grant additional time, so that the project would have to meet those in order to grant additional time later on. So it certainly is something that the council could add later on if this amendment is extended.
Okay,
Mhm.
thank you.
Mhm.
Yeah, I didn't know that it would be practical. It didn't seem like it, but hey, throw the pitch and see what happens. But the point I was trying to get to was avoiding another bill and introduction, and so if we have to do it anyway, then we can just ride this out if council so chooses to elect to approve this bill. So, Mr. Mayor, I don't have any further questions.
All right.
Thank you.
Anyone else have anything?
I would think that they would have their own checklist to keep track of from today for 1 year. Would that be correct in saying that they are following some type of procedure to make sure that they don't have to extend again? Some type of checklist to say, okay, we're going from point A to point B by end of 2026.
Yeah, I
Shouldn't that
can't
already be
answer
in
for
place?
the applicant. Milestones are certainly common in agreements.
I think so.
Construction schedules or milestones, permits required to be secured, power purchase agreements entered into, those types of things are common in agreements. With the option periods are typically more of a due diligence period for the optionee to ensure that the land is suitable for the development, and then the construction permits and those things are issued once they exercise the option under the lease. And with the extension, they can, they could exercise the option right now. The extension just gives them that additional time so that they don't have the financial burden of the lease payment when the project is not commercially operational.
Okay,
So-
thank you. I think it would be for the benefit, like the mayor said, for us to make sure they succeed in what they want to do and get to that point, and then we could go from there.
Anything else?
No, sir.
I would accept a motion to extend the lease by consideration of bill number 2091.
I move to approve bill number 2091.
Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded, any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It's unanimous, thank you. Takes us to number 14.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Item 14 is a similar item. Resolution 8074 would approve an amendment to Agreement 24-2084 between the City of Boulder City and Rockasecca Best LLC, which would update the legal description and ALTA survey for the project site. So this project is a little bit different in that it is located within the BLM transmission corridor, and the city has a consent agreement with Rockasecca to allow the project to move forward, and in exchange, Rockasecca is paying the city a installed capacity charge of $2,000 per megawatt. The facility is anticipated to be 126 megawatts of battery energy storage. Again, this is on BLM transmission corridor. When the agreement was finalized, the legal description was anticipated that the parcel would be 9.43 acres. Upon completion of survey, the legal description was updated to 9.81 acres, and And so this amendment would reflect the actual legal description and map of the project. That's the only change. There's not any substantive change to this agreement.
Just to confirm here, they're not asking for more land, they're building the storage within their own land that they've already leased.
Correct. It's just the parcel size was thought to be 9.43 acres, and then upon commissioning the survey, it was in actuality 9.81 acres. And the applicant is here if you have any specific questions.
And we're just changing the lease on them for the battery storage, is that correct?
Correct. It's just updating the agreement to reflect the correct legal description for the parcel.
And on this here, they'll have to also pay for any fire they should have, like everybody?
Yes, a little bit different with this agreement. The fire suppression agreement is entered into separate from it's already contemplated in the consent agreement that we have with Rockasecca. And we have negotiated a fire suppression agreement with the applicant. It has not been signed yet, but have indicated they're amenable to the terms, and those terms would be similar to what was just added to the town site lease, in that they would have indemnification obligations if there were ever a fire, that they would have to meet certain minimum gallons per minute and install an adequate fire suppression system that's adequate pursuant to our fire department with regular inspections. Our fire department would inspect the system to ensure it's still operational. So to add those safeguards in the event that there is an incident and bolster those provisions in the agreement, that there is an agreement in place that adds that, or that will add that once it's approved by the parties.
So if I heard you correctly, it's not part of this contract, it's going to be a separate contract?
Yes, that's correct.
And what if they don't sign the second contract, and we've approved this?
Well, the agreement is required by this contract, and they need the fire department's approval for the project. So it's necessary for them to approve some version of the agreement.
Okay.
And they have indicated that they are amenable to the terms we have put forth.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So this involves BLM land, so we can't charge for BLM land, but we have a way to charge for megawatts. Does that change anything, or is it advantageous in any way right now to do the agreement, meaning that they would have to pay us more money?
Yes, because the land is within the BLM transmission corridor, there is a bit of ambiguity on the lease rights, and the BLM essentially it's a right-of-way grant, but it operates like a lease, and but it's on Boulder City's land. It's sort of in a super easement, if you will, and so the yield of what the project owner has generously offered to pay for the city is much more than the city would yield from land rent, because the project is 126 megawatts and the applicant's paying $2,000 per megawatt, and the appraisals have ranged from $1,800 to a little over $2,000 per acre, and this is less than 10 acres. So the project owner is compensating the city for the battery storage project occupying this area.
That was a long answer for, I think you said we get more money if we sign this.
It doesn't change the economic terms, but yes, we get to continue the project, which gives us more money, yes.
Thank you. Thank you.
So is there any way that the BLM could circumvent what we want to do? Do they have that much power over their side of the land, or their part of the agreement?
No, the BLM transmission corridor still has to be they can grant right-of-way grants within their transmission corridor, but it still has to be sort of within the initial purpose that the easement exists for. So the interpretation is that this is within the same purpose. So they couldn't say grant like an amusement park or something within the transmission corridor. It has to be.
All parties have to be in agreement with.
Well, it has to be within their rights, within their existing rights to use the the land that they have rights to. So they couldn't expand, the BLM couldn't expand the rights that they have and to third parties and offer different types of uses.
Okay, and for the second half of this, when will they come back with, say, the emergency management side of it, or the actual work that's going to be done out there?
Yeah, so the fire suppression agreement is all part of the agreement, and that is delegated to staff per this consent agreement, because it's really kind of a part of their permitting process as they secure permits from our fire department, from our building department. They have to meet our fire code, they have to meet our building code, so they have to meet our standards for this project, and that's a part of that process.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So if I understood you right, I'm sorry. They have, even though we're signing this and they haven't signed how they're going to do the fire suppression, you're stating that it's going to be code that they'll have to apply
Yeah, so this,
to a permit from the fire department, and therefore there'll be like signing a contract anyways, or?
yes, they're required by this agreement to enter into that fire suppression agreement already.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
That helps a lot.
Yeah.
I would accept a motion.
Move to approve Resolution 8074.
Second?
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? It's been unanimous. Thank you very much. Appreciate you folks coming, helping us out. We'll move to item number 15, the current franchise agreement between Boulder City and the Waste Logistics of Nevada. Mr. City Manager.
Great, thank you, Mayor Hardy and members of the council. It's a pleasure to be with you tonight. Item number 15 is a council discussion regarding potential changes to the existing franchise agreement between Boulder City and Boulder City Disposal, which is our local community partner for all things related to solid waste and recycling, including all of the daily solid waste pickup throughout the city, as well as the management of our landfill. And if I could have the next slide, please. This is just an outline of the presentation tonight. We've been working on it with Boulder City Disposal for a while. I'll present a staff presentation with a background and an overview, a few details about the current franchise agreement that has been in place for many years between the city and Boulder City Disposal, as well as the changes to the franchise agreement that have been proposed by Boulder City Disposal. The staff report, this PowerPoint presentation, and also attachment 3, which is some discussion notes for the council, are all based on the outline of the changes that have been proposed by Boulder City Disposal. Also here tonight is Mr. Robert Martello. He's the general manager of Boulder City Disposal, and he's here to help answer any questions during the council discussion part of this item, and also to provide his perspective as an expert in solid waste management, and has been, as I mentioned, a partner to the city for a number of years. And I really want to express my appreciation to Mr. Martello. Over the past several months, we've developed a very good working relationship. And we've been working together to bring this item to the council for this discussion. So again, we'll have a staff report based on those requests. And then after the discussion, and we have questions, this would lead to some we'd want to identify potential amendments to the agreement, and I'll work with the city attorney and with Mr. Martello after this meeting to bring something back to the council for action. That would be in the form of a bill and possible resolutions that would then seek to amend the contract. So if we get to the next agenda, just a little bit of background. The current franchise agreement has been in place since December of 2004. It provides exclusive rights to Boulder City Disposal for trash pickup and disposal of all solid waste in Boulder City, and as well as the operation of the local landfill. They also have contracts with the Park Service and Hoover Dam and others to bring the solid waste into the landfill. The contract, or the franchise agreement, has been amended several times, most recently in 2018. It's currently set to expire on October the 12th, 2031. And one of the changes that you'll see would be an extension of the contract, and we would want to discuss the terms of that and how long that might be. As I mentioned, they've requested 10 different changes I'll go over in the next several slides, and that would require amending the franchise agreement. Next slide, please. A little bit about our landfill. It's such a great community asset that the city owns its own landfill. The trash in Boulder City, like most of Southern Nevada, is not hauled to the regional landfill in Apex. It's here close by, which provides both great access for our residents, and it's very convenient. Southern Nevada Health District approved an expansion permit in 2017. So just a few facts for the community. The landfill has a footprint of over 160 acres. What you see out there when you go out to the landfill is actually a very small part of the overall landfill area, and it has a lifespan of over 100 years. So we have, again, great community asset. We have great potential out there to serve the needs of this community for many years to come. Also, having it nearby, we enjoy lower trash rates, and I would arguably we have much better service because they're right here locally. And if we have a problem, residents or businesses can call the city or directly to Boulder City Disposal, and any issues are addressed immediately. And also, the Boulder City residents can. It's very close by. We don't have to drive clear to Apex, probably a little over 20, 30 miles, but they can haul and dispose their waste at the landfill free of charge if you're a Boulder City resident. And curbside pickup from any container, as well as on-demand pickup of bulky items. So just a few of the benefits of having our local service. So if we have the next slide, please. The next several slides, I'm going to go over those 10 proposed changes that I mentioned. The first two are, I'll call them economic items. So the current contract, current franchise agreement, has a 4% cap on any annual increases. And the annual increases are usually based on the Consumer Price Index, or the CPI. And most years, the CPI, I looked over the range for the past 20 years, it usually ranges between 1 to 2.5%. Once in a while, it's a little above that, but rarely does it go above 4%. However, as we all know, in recent years, we've had a couple of years when it spiked. In 2021, 5.4%, so well over the 4% cap. And then 2022 was 8.2%, double the 4% cap. So one of the requests is for the council to consider removing that 4% cap. And there are a couple of different options that we might consider. But removing that at its basic would just put any annual rate increases, which are always the contract provides for annual increases, it would peg it at the CPI. And then we wouldn't have a spike in prices that when it went up 8.2%, it was capped at 4%. All of that increase had to be absorbed by Boulder City Disposal. Now they run as a business, so that, as Mr. Martello will tell you, that has a significant impact on their business. In addition, and I'll get to this a little bit in the next the second bullet point, the inflation, that increase in CPI represents inflation, and the inflation impacts them as far as their employee costs, as well as the costs of their capital costs. So that Mr. Martello will tell you that a truck that they might have purchased a few years ago for $1 million would be over $2 million. And running a landfill is very expensive. It requires a lot of very large equipment. So that's part of the removal of that cap. The second bullet point is related to that. So the cap has always been in place, and as I mentioned, they had to absorb those costs in the years when the CPI was over the 4%. So they're looking to sort of be made whole, I might describe it. It would be a one-time increase, and we can discuss the amount that might be. Now, since we're talking about this now, if the council is amenable to that type of an increase, it would go into effect as soon as we were able to bring back a contract to you. Now, that may be February or March. Boulder City Disposal would be eligible for their annual increase. That happens every July. It's part of our fiscal year, July 1st. So rather than having an increase in March and having another one in July, they have suggested, if the council wants that, we would sort of accelerate the one that's coming up in July and put them together and just have a one-time increase. Now, their next annual increase then wouldn't come until July of 2027. So again, it's a little bit about making them whole and making that adjustment at one time. And I do have some figures to let you know what that impact would be to our residents on the residential side, if we want, as part of the discussion, if you're interested in those numbers. If we could have the next slide, please. These two items also have an economic impact, but one is to the city and one is potentially to our businesses. The first one is for the city to begin paying Boulder City Disposal to pick up the trash from the cans in our city parks. And there's a list in the contract, which is one of the attachments to this item, of 148 cans, every day in our parks. Since 2012, they've been doing for free. Now that's been free of charge, so that to the city. So that has been a cost that Boulder City Disposal was carrying for the city, and it may have been that back in 2012 that was okay at that time, and that was I'm guessing, fairly certain that was part of the negotiation at that time. But in today's circumstances, Boulder City Disposal has asked if the city would consider paying them for that service. And we do have a second can route. We call it the town route. It was instituted, I think, a few years later, and we do pay Boulder City Disposal for that service. So there is a precedent for that. The can route is in the downtown area along Nevada Way, and that's done on a different schedule. Now, in the contract, if you look at it, that could go up to 174 cans. And so I think part of this discussion might be around, well, how often and where does Boulder City Disposal propose to be paid to pick up the trash, or to conduct the trash service in our parks? We did do a cost estimate if the city took that over, because that was a question. Well, if Boulder City Disposal is saying that they don't want to continue doing that free of charge to the city, is that something that we could absorb? And working with the Public Works Department, the Parks Department, we estimate that that would cost the city $192,000 per year. And that would be, and we would need to either hire another person or increase the hours of one of our current park staff, as well as provide them with a vehicle. So there are significant costs involved if the city were to take that over. Boulder City Disposal has provided an estimate of $8,520 per month, which equals to about $102,000 per year, so a $90,000 savings. So just to give you a comparison there. The next item, real quick, is, back to the other slide. The second bullet point on there is for commercial recycling. So back in the day when the current franchise agreement was negotiated, I'm guessing that part of it was to encourage recycling among our commercial businesses. It was provided to them for free. So again, Boulder City Disposal has not been charging businesses for recycling. Part of that was because the materials that are recycled were a commodity, and at the time there was a market for those. It would be bundled up and sold, and it was a place where Boulder City Disposal could make a little money selling those commodities. However, that market has completely dried up, and it actually costs Boulder City Disposal money to conduct recycling for our businesses. So they're asking if they could then institute a charge to our commercial businesses for if they want to participate in recycling. They're not required to do that, but if they were, as part of some companies have company policies where they're bound to recycle, then they would want to do that, but they would charge for the cart and then charge for the recycling. I will note here, again, for the public, that some of the, you'll think of a grocery store, and they have a lot of boxes in the cardboard, and they'll bale that and they'll sell it, and there is a market for that. However, that's under the franchise agreement, that allows that to be done by a separate company. So Boulder City Disposal is not benefiting from that type of I'll call it large-scale recycling. But this would be the smaller recycling by some of our smaller businesses. If we could have the next slide, please. These I'm going to classify as sort of administrative changes. One is that the current franchise agreement requires an audit of the annual financial statements that Boulder City Disposal provides to the city as our partner, as our business partner in this. So The annual financial statements are prepared by a CPA, so Boulder City Disposal has suggested that maybe the audit requirement, which is an additional cost to them, is not needed. The agreement does allow the city, if we want to conduct an independent audit, then we're able to do that. And so again, it's just to eliminate the cost of the auditor. The other item is a little more tricky. It's a $500,000 letter of credit, or an LOC, that is actually required under state law, and it has to be approved by the Southern Nevada Health District to operate the landfill. And that can either be done by the operator of the landfill or by the owner of the landfill, so BCD or the city. And this is to provide a financial assurance in case the landfill needs to be closed or post-closure if there is any release of contaminants. So there's a purpose for that letter of credit. However, a close look at that section of state law will show that a letter of credit is not the only type of instrument that is required for that for closure, post-closure, and the contaminants. It provides for, it calls them alternate mechanisms. That might be a bond or a trust fund or insurance. And again, that all has to be, that's all regulated by the Southern Nevada Health District. So that would be, if we were to propose something like this would be a conversation between the city and Boulder City Disposal, as well as a conversation with the Southern Nevada Health District. And I'm relatively new at this, so that Robert can provide much more details on that particular requirement related to landfills. And then if we could have the next slide, please. We're rounding the corner out. Now it gets a little easier because the next change proposed was to add 3 additional holidays. So under the current contract, they have 4 holidays, and they would like to add Memorial Day, Labor Day, and Veterans Day. And this would be, bring them into consistent, I guess, with most organizations. And then if they're if they miss the trash pickup on that day, then it would be the following day, or it would be then if they since they come twice a week, then it would be just their next regular pickup. And then we have another change, would be just it's referred to as just general cleanup and modernization of the contract language. So the contract is a little bit old there. As I look through it, even through new person's eyes, there's a number of sections in there that refer, some of it is related to recycling that will no longer be needed. Some of it, there's some attachments in there from 2018 that are the rates and the park can route and the map. Some of that would need to be updated, and we would go through that with their attorney and our city attorney to identify that and hopefully streamline and simplify the agreement a little bit. And then the last, well, not quite the last one, but the next one is a $250,000 transfer fee. If so that with this, under this franchise agreement, we're business partners, and if Boulder City Disposal as one partner decided that they wanted to sell their part of the agreement to another company and have another company come in and provide trash service, there's a requirement in there that they would pay the city $250,000. Now, some of this is because the city, as the owner of the landfill, might want to benefit or share in the kind of compensate the city as the landfill owner. But it's also there in case there is, for any reason, that there was a lapse in service and the city needed to bring someone else in to provide trash service and landfill management. We've had this long relationship with Boulder City Disposal, so I don't foresee that happening. However, that is one of the purposes of that transfer fee. We could, again, one of the options here is we could negotiate with them alternative language that would for example, keep Boulder City Disposal around for 6 months or a year, while if there ever was a transfer from them to another company. And I will add that the current agreement does provide for city to have oversight or veto power over any type of transfer like that. And if we didn't like the person they wanted to bring in, we have the option of circulating an RFP and trying to find another person of our own selection. And then finally, the last slide, as I mentioned, Boulder City Disposal is amenable perhaps to a contract extension. As I mentioned, the expiration date of the current contract is in October 2031, and we could negotiate the terms of an extension as we talk about tonight. And then if there are any other changes, I just have kind of the catch-all phrase at the end. If there are any other changes that the council would like staff and Boulder City Disposal to consider, then the council may provide that direction. As I mentioned, we will then take everything that we hear tonight, analyze that, and bring back at a future date in early 2026 any recommendations that we would have for the council, and then prepare the necessary bills and resolutions for your consideration to amend, formally amend the contract. So that's my last slide, and if you have, as I mentioned, Mr. Martello is here, and we look forward to hearing your discussion and receiving your direction tonight. Thank you.
Anyone like to hear from Mr. Martello?
Yes. Yes.
Yes.
Mayor, City Council, thank you.
Good to have you here.
Thank you for having us.
So in the words of Councilman Walton, before we start asking questions, do you have anything that you'd like to say in reference to the PowerPoint?
Me and Ned have worked pretty hard the last few months, like he said, just going back and forth, trying to figure out what's best for all the sides. But I think the contract that we got into a long time ago wasn't a very good contract, unfortunately, but you have to do what you have to do. But now that it's getting closer to, I'd say, the end, it's time to fix the contract to the correct way, I think I should say.
Ready for discussion?
One of the questions I'd like to ask you is, on recycling, do we have to recycle in Boulder City?
The answer to that question is no, but I don't know if you'd want to go down that route.
No, no, I'm just talking about recycling because we're talking about with the larger companies having to pay. So they can either order like commercial.
Right. They don't have to have recycling.
They don't have to have
No.
recycling, so they could just have a regular trash can. So
Exactly.
they don't have to pay for two, they could pay for just the one.
Right. They currently don't pay for the recycling at all, so we give it to them free. The can has to match the same container size they have. So if they have a 1 yard container, they have to have a one. They can't get a larger recycling container. They can get a 1 yard for free. But as Ned was saying, city manager, that over the years recycling has gotten pretty expensive to do and to transport, and it's contaminated.
Yeah, and
So
then contamination.
they're subsidizing their trash service with recycling for the last 13 years is what's pretty much been happening.
And what is contamination of recycled products? Just quickly. You don't
So
have
to make it clean recycling, for example, plastic bottles, glass jars, would all be washed, cleaned out 100%. Pizza boxes of grease is not recycling. So in general, most of your recycling is contaminated because businesses don't take the time to go wash their bottles, to clean their boxes, break them down, and even if they break them down, they're still got styrofoam and bubble wrap. That's not recycling material. So as time's gone by, you go to the different recyclers and they're like, this isn't even clean recycling, and it costs, and it's an expensive business to run.
So another question that I have, so if you take the recycling over there and they say, nope, I'm not taking your recycling, you have to bring it back to Boulder City?
No, they actually charge us and we pay the fee. It's around $62 a ton right now to pay the fee.
Okay, so they keep the bad rubbish?
They keep the bad rubbish, but
They
they
charge you.
charge you for it, yeah.
Okay, that's it for my questions right
All
now.
right, thank you. What else?
I think that we can look at the operator, Boulder City Disposal, of our landfill as more of a partner than a contractor. Like we hire a lot of third parties out there. They have worked with the city and with city staff and with city officials for the benefit of the community in enhancing the capacity and potential for the landfill. Mr. Martello worked closely with prior city councils to make sure that we had a large enough footprint and that we actually received and I don't know if exemption is the right word, but to not receive the requirement to put a liner in our landfill, which would have cost the city tens of millions of dollars?
Correct, Councilman. The liner would be $2 to $3 million, probably for maybe 10 acres, and I'm probably low on this. And you received a waiver, and basically we've proved that there's no groundwater over 900 feet below the landfill. And with that being said, you were able and granted a waiver by the Southern Nevada Health District. We worked really hard with Mayor Woodbury at the time, and the owner of this company worked really hard with the Southern Nevada Health District to get that exemption, and it's a huge exemption because I couldn't even tell you what the money would cost to continue to use that landfill with a liner plus all the regulations you'd have to have for monitoring gases. It'd be very expensive. So it's a very valuable asset, and very lucky we were able to get this waiver by the health district, and that's all I can.
Yeah, thank you. To my point, that you've been a partner in this, working closely for the benefit of the community, and I think I receive positive feedback on the regular that, hey, I didn't get my can out, and they came and I called and they came right out. Or if my can needs to be put in a very specific spot in my alley because my car can't get through, or I'm not able to get out, whatever the case may be, you guys have responded in a very positive manner, and I could go on and on. And so I looking at this more as a utility than just hiring a third party to do a service, I think is the appropriate way to view our partnership with Boulder City Disposal. Mayor, I'm making some points here. I think the CPI can be a little deceiving. I think I've felt far greater than a 4 or 8% increase in the purchases that I make. I'm not sure how they average out the costs, but I do know that there are certain industries that the increase of operation or operation and maintenance or parts or whatever could be 50 or 100% increase, not just 8%. And I think the industry that Boulder Disposal in is one of those, for example. I'll give you the chance to mention or comment on that.
You're totally correct, Councilman. And when we bought a garbage truck that was in 2012 for $110,000, it's $200,000 a piece of yellow iron to the dozers and compactors to pack the garbage and cover it on a daily basis, that you bought for a couple $100,000 or $1 million now. So they're quite a bit more than anything close to a 4 or 8 or 10%. I agree with you. So
Yeah.
It's a very costly business to operate, and we absorb all the costs of the landfill. It's all on us, and the landfill is a great asset, but it's very expensive to run. And vehicles in general to pick up the trash nowadays are not what they used to be.
Right. And I think it's, I don't know that it's a wise or prudent practice to take a partner and not give them the appropriate increases, and we put a financial burden on a partner that's operating, in essence, a utility and an asset to the community. It just seems like a bad practice. And so to have not been able to absorb those additional costs for the legitimate operational increases, both labor and machinery and parts and operations costs, is very valid to look at. I think that when we talk about the can route in the parks, we've increased the number of cans that we've had to the point where now, and it's been this way maybe for quite some time, but it's not just, hey, we can do you the favor, there's, a couple dozen cans. Now there's, many dozens of cans out there, and now it's a financial impact on your business legitimately. And I don't think that, again, to put our partner in a bad financial situation to the point where they need to say, we can't operate here anymore, we're out, and then have to go to RFP and get who knows who. I just think that so much of this that I'm reading, Mayor, is valid. It makes sense. I'd like to hear from the city manager what the actual dollar increase for residential customers will be. Every increase hits everybody, right, in real dollars. I acknowledge that, but that's, unfortunately, that's the reality of finances in the world that we live in. You got to pay for your services and costs increase. If I might talk about the transfer, the $250,000 transfer fee. It sounded like the city manager's statement about why that language is there maybe misguided language. Maybe we need just better language to where if there's a change of operator or change of business, that we just put the language in there that protects the city rather than just make it a punitive thing on the business owner, right? So I think we can get clean language in there. And the line of credit, can you comment, Mr. Martello, is there not an account that has been established that is collecting the funds required that would satisfy the need by the health district for the closure of the landfill?
Yes, so originally the landfill, the reason the letter of credit was put into place was there wasn't enough money if you had to close the landfill. Well, as time went by and we had more meetings, and in 2012 they implemented a landfill maintenance fee to residents, commercial businesses in the landfill. That's called financial assurance. So that money over the last 13 years, and I'm not sure exactly how much money's in that fund. I know it's well over maybe $1.5 million, maybe more, that you've collected in this account. And you're going to continue to collect the money monthly. So you should be able to prove to the Southern Nevada Health District that you have a financial mechanism, that the city doesn't need a letter of credit. We don't need a letter of credit. We don't need to put up our cash of $500,000 and pay $7,500 a year for the bank, to write that we have the money if something, you had to close the landfill, but you have the mechanism now. So it'd be the process of going to the health district. You own the landfill, and we're just a permittee, we're the operator. So you have to go and modify your permit to the health district and just sit there and say, hey, we have financial assurance now. Here's the money. We're going to continue to collect the money for the next 100 years or however long you are until this landfill does close. The money will be there. So you have a mechanism. It's called financial assurance.
So the letter of credit, you have to have $500,000 cash sitting aside.
Exactly.
As the business operator.
As the business operator, I have
And
to
it costs you
have
$7,500 a year just for that letter of credit to be,
Exactly.
signed.
We have it.
And Mr. City Manager, if you can comment, that account for the closure is managed by the city.
That's correct, and I thought I had the amount, but I can't find it at the moment, so we'll see if we
Okay.
can find that out. It is, and I was going to mention that in addition to, it does provide a significant sum of money that's sitting in an account. Now, we do have other things that we would use that for. There's some projects that are contemplated, a perimeter fence as well as a perimeter road that would come from that fund as well. But
Are you, as a city manager, supportive of shifting that closure mechanism with the health district to away from the letter of credit and to the assurance?
Yeah, well, there is another cost involved, I think, to maintain that letter of credit. It ties up the $500,000. But there is an annual cost, I think, of $7,500
That's
per
what
year.
we pay. That's what we have to pay for the
to
bank
maintain
to
it.
say that we have the cash.
Yeah.
But you should be able to prove to the health district, if you have the mechanism called landfill maintenance fee, which you're collecting
But
fees.
the city's been collecting that.
Right,
so
you
now
collect
we
it from
have-
residents, we
yeah.
collect it from businesses, and we
Right.
collect it from the landfill, and we pay you on a monthly basis. That fee, and the city collects it from residents. And Ned is correct, part of the money is used for some maintenance that you're gonna have down the road. You will have to build roads, perimeter fences, because you probably only have maybe 30, 40 acres of this landfill that's even fenced in and done. The rest of it's all virgin land, not even touched. So one day it's going to have to be developed. I couldn't begin to tell you. I don't think anybody in this room will be around personally. So, but that landfill maintenance fee is collected every month. It's not like it's just collected here and there. So you have money coming in every month to grow. And I'm not tell you how to do your finances here, but you can grow it in accounts.
Well, yeah, that's why I
So-
refer to the
and
city manager on that.
Yeah, and I
question.
think an important point of that is when the franchise agreement was originally discussed, that fund didn't exist, but it does now. So that the conditions have changed. That's
Right.
true. And then Oh, there was something else I was going to mention about that. Yeah, whatever we do, it will need to be, I know what it was. I think you mentioned to me that even the regional landfill in Apex does not have a letter of credit.
No.
So even though state law requires that, I'm assuming that they just use a different mechanism, an alternative mechanism.
Exactly.
To cover that financial assurance related to closure and
Okay.
post-closure of the landfill.
And that's why I think you have an alternative mechanism collecting landfill maintenance fees. And I think it'd be a pretty easy sit down with the health district to sit and to show them, this is what we're collecting, this is what over every year or month we're going to collect in the next 20, 30 years, here's what we're going to have in a fund. But if you had to close it tomorrow, you're not closing 100 acres. You're closing whatever you currently have, and then you have to monitor it for 30 years. You have to post-closure and everything, you have to monitor it to make sure you don't have any erosion or different things. So it does have to be monitored. That's why you have to have money in the fund over that period, that you have money for that.
Yeah, and I'll just add that it is a dedicated fund, so similar to your comments about how the landfill operates as a utility, similar to our other utilities, we have this type of dedicated fund
As
to
a
cover these types
franchise,
of costs.
yeah.
Okay.
There is I think it's a old language that got carried into the current agenda that I'd like to ask you about. And I think it's a mistake, so let's discuss it. The language, it's a bullet point that says, increase the number of holidays from 4 to 7. And you name the days. Customers will receive service on the next business day that does not fall on Saturday or Sunday. Is that intended to be included in this language, or is that part of a different
It's
discussion?
always been that we would service it, because most residential's twice a week service, so if you gave us a holiday and it's on a Monday, the next service day would be Thursday, so they would not lose service.
Right.
So that's
So
what
we
it's
don't, so
intended.
that language that's in our current agenda doesn't need to be included in our discussion?
No,
Right?
no.
So let's strike that?
Right.
Okay, because if I miss Monday, you're coming Thursday.
I'm coming the next,
Right.
that
And if I miss
Thursday,
Thursday,
whatever
you're
your day
coming
is, so,
Monday. Yeah.
yes. Same thing, if recycling is on a Tuesday and you missed it, I'm there the following, is the following Tuesday, and that's always been the way, because it's
Yeah.
once a week service, so.
Okay, thank you. See if, Mayor, if I have any other questions here. I think that, for my 2 cents, I have no problem with any of these recommendations, only that I would suggest, yes, let's direct staff to go back and clean up the language that we need to, for the, removing the $250,000 transfer fee and changing it with better language that actually suits what we're after there. And then the letter of credit language to be changed. I agree. I've gone to different commercial businesses, and they don't control their recycling bin. It's just out back, and anybody and everybody can toss whatever in that, and I've seen all sorts of stuff in their recycling bin that clearly is not recycling. So it makes sense we'd have to do a business impact statement, right? Because that would affect if the businesses are, I'm guessing, city attorney, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. We would
Yeah,
need to do
so
a business impact statement.
If they, so we'd have to do that. And, those things, Mayor, that, would have to be carried on beyond our conversation. But in short, I think this is fair. I think it helps be mutually beneficial to our partner as well as to the city. And, Mr. City Manager, do you have the dollar figure that you could?
I was just going to ask if you.
Please, yeah.
So these rates, I again appreciate Mr. Martello, were provided by Boulder City Disposal. So effective just this past July, the residential rate was $16.72 per month. And then there's also the landfill maintenance fee that we decided, that's $1.50 per month for each household. So the total is $18.22 per month. Now, if they, just as an aside, if they rent they call it the toter, but the container, it's an additional $4.37. But the number here then is currently households pay $18.22 per their trash. Now, I asked them to give us a couple of different scenarios, so we looked at an 8% increase. And you might consider that, the 4% inflationary increase, I'll call it, plus the 4% that they would get next July, or in next July 26. So that the residential rate would then go from $16.72 up to $18.06. So that's $1.34 more per month. That's an 8% increase. So, add the landfill maintenance fee, and you've got the total. So you're comparing the current today, $18.22. It would go up to $19.56. So, and again, an increase of $1.34 per month. Now, if you do a 10% increase, that's $1.67 more per month. So you would go from the current rate of $18.22 to $19.89, $1.67 difference. And then I also had him look at a higher amount, 12% increase would be up to $20.23. So that's just $2.01 more. So $2 per month increase would give them a 12% increase to cover both their inflation, and then it would include the 4% increase that they would be looking for, up to 4% they're looking for in July.
Is part of the request tonight to choose an 8 or a 10 or a 12% increase to give direction to staff?
It would be helpful if the council wanted to be that specific. We could, if there's a differing opinions, we could continue to work with Boulder City Disposal to figure out what is the best, and then we could bring that, a solid amount or a solid recommendation back to you at a future time. But it is a kind of a policy decision. So if the council was comfortable making that tonight, that would be, so either way it would be okay.
I would feel more comfortable if you actually, because math doesn't lie, right? So let's just take what it has been in the time frame we want to look at, whether it's 5 years or 3 years or whatever, and just extrapolate out what the CPI actually was, and give us that number. I mean, for me, that's where it's justifiable to land on that. If we're just picking 8 or 10 or 12, but there's not a basis for it, I'm really not comfortable doing that. So I would, for my 2 cents, I'd say for whatever the number is, 5 years, sure, yeah. Mayor, thank you for allowing me the indulgence. I don't have any more questions.
I've actually enjoyed it. So, obviously I appreciate your words of partnership, because if there ever was a partnership that, I'm not going to say it's been one-sided, but it certainly, we've taken good advantage of you. But bottom line is, we appreciate it. I mean, I was on the health district back in 99, 2022, and, we had all of these conversations about, the sky is falling and the landfill is dying, but we've had nothing but good service. We've had nothing but good cooperation with the city. You've been very generous with the basically 2 dumpsters per business instead of 1 and 1. And I think that we have a rational means of looking at what we're doing with the reality of we need to be fair to our partner. And that fairness can come in different ways. But I think your whole list of the equipment reality, I mean, we just talked about a fire truck that is $100,000 more than it was 2 years ago, or $500,000. I mean, it just blows you away. So all of the things that require steel are a challenge. So the service, the cost, the division of the service, the definition thereof, the vacations. I mean, we've got people working when nobody else has to work, and they're still working. And so I think it would behoove us to take into account all of the things that you've said, Mr. Thomas, and look at the reality of how we can work together. You've had that discussion, and I think that's where it's at. I feel very comfortable with the council looking at doing something that will bring us and keep us as partnerships with respect with one another, recognizing the people of Boulder City. Nobody else has what we have and the service that we get, and I don't want to lose you. And I think everybody else in the world is envious of what we have and what you folks do for us. And we can drive up to the dump, as my kids call it, because their dad does, and we can get rid of things, and it's always an adventure. and it's right close, obviously. So I think we are looking at trying to be fair. And the fairness probably that we haven't had as much as we need to yet on our side that we need to give. I mean, that's where I'm coming from too. So, anybody else?
I just like to say, I'm in agreement with what everybody said, and I look forward to the city going back and making this all happen. And yes, they've been wonderful partners working with us. And as a property manager, I can tell you they're absolutely fantastic, because so many times I've had something, all I do is make a phone call to staff and it's taken care of for me. So I too feel that all of these are fair and that we should be looking at these. And you guys do a wonderful job and we appreciate you.
Thank you.
Thank you for all the input and everything that was said. I'm from New York, and I'm old enough to have seen garbage strikes, and you guys are unsung heroes. I mean, when garbage is not picked up, that's a big, big deal. We have a saying here in Boulder City, shop local. And I think that if we have the advantage of being able to have our own landfill here, and may allude to being able to drop off things on a weekend, because the gate's open. I don't know how many times I took advantage of that instead of going way out to North Las Vegas to dump my garbage. That's a huge benefit. The no transportation fees, I don't see a problem with that. I do have a question about, we talked about residents, I think, with those numbers. Do those numbers change for businesses as far as their monthly increase?
They would be increased as well, yes.
Is it comparable to the $1.40 or 37 cents?
No, it depends what percentage we agree upon. So if it was an 8%, then we'd have to show you what a commercial business would go up 8%, 10%, 12, whatever we agree upon. Usually was always before across the board is how it was. So, and the landfill would go up a little bit too as well for businesses that want to dump. But
Yeah, I'd like to just maybe see those numbers identified as well, because we represent not just the residents, but the businesses here. So I'm okay with that. The 2-day week pickup, thank you, Steve, for breaking that down, because the language does say you'll pick up the next day, but it's the next pickup day, which is 2 days a week. In Vegas, they only get 1 day. So that's a benefit. Having 2 days. Let's see what else. I don't know about the recycling. I don't know if maybe you want to do a survey of some kind of how many people recycle, but every time I see a recycle bin, it's filled with garbage, not just bottles or recycling.
most of the businesses all recycle, and
The businesses do.
And all residents, there's a lot of recycling, and like I said, unfortunately, once something's put in the truck, it's very difficult to take it out. So you have to keep moving along, and you ended up with a contaminated load, which is sad. But, I mean, there are some residents and commercial businesses do a great job. And, but on that side, when it's contaminated, it's ruined it, the recycled material.
So we're a town that have a lot of events, and sometimes, Monday comes around and garbage is overflowing. I cannot see as city staff going around trying to clean that up. That's a big job for you guys to do, and thank you for having done it, 12 years, not being charged to do that?
We've done it, yes, we're going on 14 years almost, since 2012. We started doing the park route at no charge, and it's 6 months, it's every day of the week, Monday through Sunday, and then during the fall and the winter, it's Monday, Wednesday, half of it's Friday, and then Saturday. Friday's all Veterans Park, so.
Right, and we have to take in account that we have a new railroad museum coming in, more people. Maybe, I don't know what that figure is, up to 500,000 people more a year, or whatever it is, but that's added work, obviously more garbage that has to be picked up, taken out, so all that has to be in consideration. I'd also like to throw in, it looks like from, 2021 when you started, it was a 13-year extension. Can we look at extending them out all the way to 2044, be done with it? Because that's the next leg. I don't know if you would be in agreement with that, but that's what.
I'd have to talk to the owner on that.
That's something to consider. I don't know. Or are you okay with the 2031 where it's at?
No, we 2031, it does come to an end, and then we be back either talking to you or maybe I just retire. I don't know, but I
will
can
be
stay till
around, I'm
20.
sure, but-
And 20, if you want to try 2044, I just would have to, like I said,
I
I'd have
will
to
be
talk
around,
to the
but
owner.
we could lock those.
Talk to the owner of the
numbers in.
company, and I would say if we did something like that, and there is things in this contract that are really hard, and Councilman Walton hit it, when stuff goes up, you need to be able to come back and talk to you, say, look, costs are going up,
Yeah.
the mechanisms aren't working, and we need to be able to come and talk to you again than waiting 5, 6 years, 7 years before financially it's hitting us pretty hard. And like Ned said, City Manager Ned, to make us whole. And we've really been biting the bullet a long time here with a lot of these costs that are just becoming overwhelming. Not even getting into employee costs and insurance costs and workman's comp. It's all, we all see what's going on in this country.
Sure,
So I have no problem, but I would definitely like a mechanism if you extended our contract to that time that we have can come back and talk and sit and talk and say, look, hey, you know, we don't want to be locked in that this is what it is, and that, you know, the next, what is it, we're in 2020, 19 years, so definitely would have to have something in there that helps us that we can come back and discuss if costs are going up.
Pretty much everything was covered. I do have one last question. The extension of the landfill, how does that work? Like you're using X amount of acres now?
We operate in acres, exactly, yes. We operate in acres, usually around 10 acres. It's permitted for 100 acres, so we could keep moving along, but
How often do you move along?
move along every day. So every day we pack garbage. According to the health district, we have to pack the garbage. We have a compactor that packs it down, and then we cover it, and then we move into we call them cells. We move into the next cell the next day, and we just move along in the area that we're in. We're audited every quarter by the health district. They make sure that we're operating efficiently. So we are regulated by them at NDEP and the SWP Stormwater Prevention, which is Department of Environmental Protection. They monitor that all of your runoff and all that's according to the plans. We have a reported design and operating plan we have to go by. So yes, there is a guidance that we have to go by to operate that landfill. We just don't do whatever we want, so yes.
And so the land is marked off to the furthest extent it could go, and
There's a map that shows you how far the landfill actually physically goes. Most of it's not, like I said, fenced in or has roads, so it was staked a long time ago when they did this. The city has to do topographies, which are flyovers every 5 years to show the
Drones.
footprint of the actual landfill. I think they used to use a plane, but now you can use drones. So, but that is something the city has to do in accordance with the health district. You have to do that to show them where you're at. And every year, the city has to turn in how much money is in this closure fund, which is the final financial assurance you have. Every year, that has to be submitted around July to the health district to show them how much money is actually accumulating in this fund for closure. So it's something that has to be done. And we actually don't do that. That's done by the city. We give them all the information, and then the city finance director does it all.
Do you yield to Councilwoman?
yes, I just have one last question on the boundaries. That's marked off for yours, no encroachment from any other businesses or anything?
I
like that?
don't even know where the whole boundaries were. They were staked at one time, but right now I'm operating in a fenced-in boundary. So that's where we're at right now. So yes, there are easement areas that is actually owned by WAPA, LADWP that we can't infringe on. So there are areas that we know that we can't go, but we stay within the fence boundary. So if I needed to move, let's say in 5 years, I need to move out of that fence boundary, I would work with the city. They fenced in the new area that I'm in right now. They put a temporary fence in where I can operate. So we make sure we're within the area that we're supposed to operate, yes.
Thank you, and that's all I have.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you everyone for the good questions and the information that we've gotten out of it. I think sometimes we look here and we see what we have and we don't realize what we have. I mean, my daughter in Seattle gets 1 day a week, one can. And we just take for granted that even if we put out extra trash on our 2 days, they pick it up, which is really a benefit. There's also benefits that we don't see. Construction appreciate as a lot of times direct reflection on our city. So thank you very, very much for that. I too like the idea of having gone through this again and recognizing that we all are in a situation. We have to redo RFPs all the time because the construction cost, everything's changing. It's a very volatile market that way. You never quite know what's going to cost, from one day to the next. Things I would like to hammer down is the actual, well, first off, I'd also like to see how much commercial businesses that would increase, because I think that that would be helpful to see both sides, residential and commercial for us. And then I'd like to figure out the percentage of the one-time increase, and the if CPI, if we want to cap it at all or not cap it. So I think that all the rest of them to me seem reasonable, for sure. And I just want to have those defined a little bit better so that we can really get down to the business of figuring out what we would put in a contract. And just one more question: if we took over the financial with the dedicated fund of the financial assurance tax, would we be required as a city to pay $7,500 a year to show them that we had the money? Because that's what you've been required, right? It's $7,500 a year.
That's
to
what the
say,
bank charges us, yes.
Oh, the
So
bank.
I
So
don't-
we wouldn't. Okay.
Yeah, that wouldn't accrue to us because it wouldn't be a letter of credit. We would use the fund as an alternative mechanism.
And do we have to do that on a yearly basis, or can we just do it?
The Southern Nevada Health District would have to approve an alternate to the letter of credit. So it's not that, we may still be required. I don't know. It's something we would have to look into, to whether we would have to have that financial burden, or if we can show other ways that we meet that. We'd have to show that.
And I did note today, reviewing that law, that you can do a mix of different mechanisms. So you could have a smaller letter of credit and then use the fund as an assurance. And so we could look into different ways of achieving that requirement under state law.
Yeah, that would be nice to know, too.
So, Madam City Attorney, do we need a motion, or do you folks have enough to go on to come back and report? And
Well, I'm hearing additional information is needed on several of the items. I don't-
Yeah, we talked about cost increases. I don't know if the council has more clarity, or if you want us to come back. Well, actually, on that one, I did hear that you want more information on how that would impact the businesses. The one item we didn't talk about, I'd also have from Boulder City Disposal, just for example, if we instituted charges for recycling, it depends on the size of the container, but it would be anywhere from $63. I think, is that a monthly charge or is that a weekly charge?
That's a monthly.
Oh, it's a monthly charge. So for a 1-yarder, up to a larger cart, 6-yarder would be up to $290. So it really depends on the size of the cart they would use. But that's just for the new fee that would be applied to commercial recycling. Their regular rates would increase according to whatever percentage the rates were going to be increased overall. Like if it's 8% or 10%, or would that affect the commercial rates as well?
The
if I heard you
commercial
correctly?
trash service, right, depending on.
Oh, that's for trash
Finding
service,
if we
yeah,
want
excuse me.
to say 8%, 10, right, and I can do those for you if you tell me what the percentages we want to go with. I would just plug it in my little formula that I give the city every year when rates do go up, so.
So we could bring that back to you, and then,
I think we're looking for a range.
Well,
Yeah.
do we want to move forward with the business impact statement at the top of the range and get feedback from the businesses based on the maximum requested?
I think that's prudent.
Yes.
Move along with it, right? That would save us
Yeah,
time.
yes,
Yeah.
because if we have to bring another discussion, then we'd have to do so if we can just do the business impact statement now at the max, you can always lower it based on feedback from the businesses.
And so we talked about that as being 12%.
pardon me.
That the max? What was the max? 8 to 12?
We
I mean, that's
just
the
use
range
those
we
as
just
an
used, so
example,
what
as
is?
examples, yeah.
Okay. So
we
do
could
we
go-
have to determine what that max is tonight?
Yes, yeah.
Is it not possible to run so from 2020, and maybe 2019, because I don't know when, it all went crazy sometime in COVID or right after COVID. I don't know when it all started to go wonky, but whichever date 2019, that was early on, right? And I don't know that we realized all the price wonkiness. If we run it if you run your year over year for the actual CPI from 2019 to current, then we'll know the number. why don't we just go with that number? Or, I mean, send that number in the business impact statement. And and therefore, if we choose to go lower, fine. But at least we know that would be the top, because that's the actual numbers.
Yeah, I do actually have those numbers all the way back to 2021. There were 3 years when it was over the 4% cap. 2008, for some reason, I guess that was during the recession, it was at 4.9%, so about 1% over. And then the other 2 years that were much larger were 2021 and 2022 after the pandemic. So you've got 21 at 5.4% and then 2022 at 8.2%.
So the years before that, it was 4%.
Well, the
Or
years
less.
before that, it was less, yeah. 2019 was only 1.7, 2020 was 1.4.
So we only need to run it from the year that it was, the first year that it was over 4%, which was, you're saying,
And we
22?
could go back 5 years and figure that
Okay,
out from
fine.
there. Because I think Mr. Marks, my conversations with him, those increases were a few years ago, and the changes that would have been implemented that weren't, that compounds to them, the cost to them.
Right, and you have to do the compounding.
You do the compound,
right?
and there wouldn't be, you'd have to look at this year, next year, 2026, you'd have to look at July, what it kind of is now, because there wouldn't be a rate increase in July of 2026. It would be till July of
Because we already hit
2027.
that,
So
right.
that would have to be included in whatever we agreed upon the increase would be, yes.
Mayor, I would suggest, from my perspective, that we have them run those actual numbers and include that in the business impact statement.
I heard a motion.
That's a motion,
Definitely second.
or a direction, whatever you want, whatever you want.
Yeah, and I think we have the details we
So
need on the
can
other
we
items.
do a
Yeah.
direction to council right now, from council right now? I think we've got so many moving parts. I hear us coming together, but I don't know where the together ends and starts.
If I could really quickly just go through the 10, I don't want to belabor the point, but just to see if what I'm hearing is a consensus around a general, and then that gives us direction that we can then work with Boulder City Disposal. So the first one is the removal of the 4% cap and just having any annual rate increases tied to the CPI.
Yes.
And then the next one.
We're going to nod.
Okay. I'll take that as an indication that you agree. And then the other one is as we've been discussing, the one-time increase that would address past years that have been above the 4%, and we can work out a number with them and calculate what that would be, as we've discussed. The daily can service in the parks, that the city would pay for that. I think I heard consensus on that. The audit requirement for the financial statements, we would remove the audit requirement, and if the city wanted an audit, we could pay for them. And then charging for recycling for commercial businesses, that would require the business impact statement, as the city attorney has indicated. We can address the requirement for we'll call it financial assurance at the closure of the landfill. Right now, we're using the letter of credit that's held by Boulder Disposal, but we would find an alternate way of doing that, and we would need to work with the Southern Nevada Health District to make sure it's something that they would approve. or
May
they would support.
I clarify? So the city would be taking on the burden of the letter of credit? Is that what I'm hearing? Okay.
To the finance assurance.
Possible, and then one possible use would be applying our landfill closure fund, which has developed a fair amount of money, and we could see if that would cover the cost. And then I know that it's well above 500,000. So just in 1 year, I have the number for just 1 year. We bring in we budgeted for about a little over $1 million. So that is going into that fund. And then the employee holidays, I think that was a consensus. And then just working with the city attorney and BCD attorney to clean up the document, remove any duplicative or non-applicable sections. And then I guess I didn't hear consensus around the removal of the $250,000 transfer fee. And then we would work with BCD again to modify that language of how we would address a potential sale of the company, have an alternative way. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
At one point, you mentioned possibly, so like if you retire, as you mentioned, or whatever, being able to have language in there where you, for a 6-month transition period or whatever, could help impart your knowledge and the things that you've learned on how to run this. Could that be included? Would
Yeah, I don't have a problem with that. I think that
Yeah.
definitely you'd have to prove the sale, obviously, if we decide we want to sell it and agree upon who we find. But I have no problem helping out whoever takes over the operation. There's a lot entailed to run the landfill when it comes to
Exactly.
reports and things you got to have done. So I have no problem 6 months of helping out whoever would take over to make sure that everything's done correctly, that you don't end up with
Smoothly
a
and-
smoothly, you
yeah.
don't live with a headache like, oh gosh, they took off and left, and now I don't know how to do the reports for the state because there's a lot of reports that have to be turned in quarterly to NDEP and stuff. So yeah, I definitely
Because I
would
think
make
I'd be
sure.
more comfortable with that just
Yeah.
because I just see that
Yeah, I have no
you've run
problem
it for
with-
so long, you have a wealth of knowledge, you understand it so well that I just feel like that transition period is vital.
So he'll have a slow retirement.
Modified.
And then the last one is just the contract extension, and we've heard a couple of different lengths of time, and I guess we could work with that. You'd have to speak with the owner of the company
I
as
talked to the
well.
owner, but like I said, I would talk with him for sure to see where we're at. But like I said, I would like to have some language in there if we had to come back to you that we're not penalized, like, hey, now that you're coming back and asking for more money, you're gonna put it out to an RFP or something, which there's not a lot of people out there anyway, this day and age of the republic.
So
but
you're saying as a condition of extending the lease, you'd want language that
I
we would?
want,
yeah,
yes,
okay.
something that would protect us to come back to you, that if I.
So
if
are
it's-
we
if it's the-
looking at 2031 at least?
But there
Well,
is language that already allows the contractor to come back to the city
So,
if
yeah.
costs increase. But then the city just has a right to bid the contract to see if there are other contractors out there willing to take on the contract, and just see what the best value is for the city. That's the right that we have under the current agreement. So I'm hearing the operators asking that that be removed, and is there additional terms or just removing that term?
No, I think just removing it, that
Okay.
we would all sit in agreement if I came in front of, and I have no idea what it's gonna be like if we go to 2044, or we went to 2036, or 2041, and you do a 5 and a 5. I don't know, but I think it's fair as an operator and to come back and talk to you. And Brittany's right, there is a clause in there that says we're allowed to come back to you, but then again, you can start shopping around, which could be, who knows? I mean,
In light of that, Mayor, I would suggest, so it's currently set to expire in 2031. I would suggest a 5-year extension beyond 2031 and an additional option of 5 years. I think that would protect both the provider as well as the city in the ability to talk without.
That would also give us a milestone to come back.
Okay, without the risk of being booted.
Would the option be mutually exercisable or only exercisable by the operator?
Well, I would defer to you for advice, but I think by mutual extension is probably
Takes two parties.
covers both parties, yeah.
I have a question, Mayor. How long will it take for you to come back with this? This started before our last city manager. It's been going on for that long. So how long will it take for you to come back to us with the finalization of the things that we went over?
I don't know. I think we can do this pretty quickly. I've been knee-deep in the landfill, not literally, but I feel like I have a pretty good grasp of it. Brittany, I have had many discussions, and I've had many discussions with Mr. Martello. So just a matter of setting up meetings and
You think
hammering it out. So,
January, February?
yeah, probably late
We
January.
need to do the
February.
business impact
And then-
statement first.
And how long
So
does that take?
We have to, by law, give a notice of 20 working days, so it's usually about a month. And that is an opportunity for businesses to provide the feedback, and then we'd get that feedback. So I think earliest maybe February.
But you could bring us back the information, the end of January, of the things that we discussed that we didn't have make clear?
Oh, sure. We could put a very simple item to talk about the rates, if we work out the
The
rates,
things
and then that would,
that we
just
needed
as
to
a
talk
check-in.
about so it doesn't go on forever?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Mayor, I just have one last thing. God forbid if anything happened to you or the owner, is there a contingency plan in place, seriously, that somebody could come in and take over because that plan is so extensive? It tells you day-to-day operations. I'm sure you have something like that already in place.
have good office staff. I have a office manager that knows some what I know. I've been teaching some of my family members. My daughter works for me, so I've been trying to teach her some things as well. So I don't plan on going anywhere. God forbid. Yeah, we definitely have.
Continuity plan is
plenty
good
of
for
people that
business.
definitely know how to run the business. If something were to happen to me tomorrow, for sure, that the business is fine. The owner's fine. I mean, things happen. You're right, but we definitely have staff and family members that definitely know how to operate the business. So.
Well, I just like that language, that continuity plan language to be in there, just on the safe side. We had a pandemic, nobody expected that.
We
Things
worked
happen.
every day, and the trash was amazing.
Thank you for your service.
So let me ask the question, do you need a motion, or do you have enough to go on with staff direction from what you're hearing?
Yes, I think we went down the list and determined consensus, and then what we can do next. The next steps would be, I guess I do need clarification on the next steps. We would move forward with the business impact statement for the commercial recycling rates and then the increase on the trash rates, and then get that feedback. We kind of have two paths. We could work out the rest of the details with the operator and have an agreement finalized, bring the business impact statement to you, and then after the business impact statement's considered, we can bring the bill. This would have to be a bill to amend this contract because really it would be a bill to make it a resolution because this is really not an agreement that needed a bill, but it was passed last time by bill when even historically it was all resolutions. So we would ideally want to have a bill to make it a resolution, but it still is going to take 2 meetings. So we'll have introduction. We could have the business impact statement considered the same time the bill's introduced, and then have the agreement considered when the next meeting. Unless you feel that you need an additional discussion meeting. If you want another item, we could just have maybe the business impact statement and then a discussion item on the rates. We could do that. So I think that's kind of what we need to council direction on is next steps. Do you want to go straight to have staff negotiate an agreement and bring an agreement, or do you want to have another discussion item to discuss the rates?
So I personally would like staff to get an agreement that we can see, we can feel, we can debate, and we can approve. And then at some point have the business impact study done separate and distinct. That could be done in follow-up. In other words, I want to get it done as much as we can get done, and then get the business impact study to follow.
Well, the business impact statement is required to be done before. By
Before
law.
we do something to the business.
No, before you amend the contract, because the contract is going to set in place the rates for the businesses and the commercial for the businesses. So we can't approve the contract without doing the business impact statement first.
What if I keep the business the same?
Well, you can, but then that would still
So
require.
do I have to have a business impact study to do the same thing that the business is doing now?
No. I mean, we could bring the contract back without any increase to the business rates, and then do the business impact statement, but we're gonna still have more meetings, because then we'd still have to bring the contract back. For the business, to change the business rates, so.
What, okay, we're gonna go out of here, and people are gonna say, what did you do?
There's 2 options, okay? We could go forward with the business impact statement. Once that's completed, we schedule that for an agenda item. At the same time that's being done, we negotiate the agreement and finalize it and introduce that as the bill to change it. And then after the business impact statement is considered by council, the next meeting, you can consider the full agreement, having had that feedback from businesses, and you can set the rates at that time when the agreement's considered, having all the information. We could just have blanks in the agreement for the rates, and then you can decide at that time what you want them to be, Or you could have another discussion, this is the second way you could do it. Have the business impact statement, and then when the business impact statement's considered, you can give us direction on what you want the rates to be, and then we bring the agreement, and then we fill it in. I think that's really one step we can do it. We can do it really, we do the business impact statement. When the business impact statement's considered, we'll have the bill introduced with just blanks. And then when the bill's considered with the new agreement, and then we'll have a discussion item at that meeting for what the rates should be. And then so when the bill's considered, we can have what those rates are based on that feedback. I think that's the most
Sound
streamlined
reasonable?
approach.
Yeah, because you
Well,
would just do
I
an
just want to ask, can
introduction.
this all be done by February? If I'm listening to you correct, you have business impact in January, and the 1st of February, we have the final.
Well, we would have to get the business impact statement notice done and everything.
So what day do you think we can have this done? I mean, what meeting do you think we can have this done? Are we going to go another year, or?
No, of course not. I think by the second meeting in February, if not sooner.
By the end of February?
If not sooner,
Okay.
yes.
I like to deal with timelines, so.
What's the mechanics of going to the businesses and getting that straightened out? How much time does that normally take?
Yeah, so we have
Just
to
to get their
prepare the
inputs.
notices, so we have to prepare the legal notices to explain what's changing, how it's gonna impact them. And those, usually we send them out via US mail, we also send them out via email, we send them to the trade associations, and we let them know that this is a proposed rate increase, please submit your comments, and we have to give them 20 working days to submit their comments, which
There
is
you
really
go.
about a month.
Yeah, it's going to take at least about a month just for that.
Just for
alone.
that, and we
Just
still have
for
to
that
prepare the
alone.
notices and get them out, so there's still
March,
some
April.
staff preparation time. So really, ideally, it'd be nice to have, through January to do that process, and then we could do the first meeting in February, have the business impact statement considered, and the discussion item on what the rate should be, with the blanks in the contract. And then, we also still have to negotiate the contract, which I think we're
Exactly.
pretty close with this feedback, but that
And we
still
want
has
to
to be
make sure it's
finalized.
right. We don't
Yeah,
want to
we
just
wanna-
rush it. It needs
yeah.
to be right.
But we can definitely have a goal of by second meeting in February.
Perfect.
Mm-hmm.
I'm good with that.
We'll do our best.
No,
As
I'm
we
good
always
with
do.
the end of February.
So have we got enough to go on right
Absolutely.
now without us having to make a motion that's specific that we're not ready to make?
I think we've had very clear feedback here.
Okay. Anybody else dare say anything else? Thank you very much. We'll close this item. Thank you,
Thank you.
Mr.
Thank you for
Martello.
your service.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
We are now on a break. So we will reconvene no later than 7:40:10.
Okay, we're on for a bit now.
We got 3 more. That's not too bad.
What's that?
We only got 3 more.
Yeah.
We only got the laser drum. the computer? Is that what I heard? For sure. Here we go.
Thank you. City Council will come back to order. We are now on number 16. Mr. Mays.
Good evening, Mayor Hardy, members of City Council. Michael Mays, your Deputy City Manager. Boulder City is unique in that a majority of the vacant land is owned by the city. And the city has a process in place for the consideration of the potential sale and or lease of city-owned land. This is the land management process. The city has on its website a list, as you can see on the screen, of parcels that are city-owned throughout the community that have been approved by the City Council for consideration for potential lease and or sale. And obviously, this is just the initial step in the process, because in the matter of selling city land, as everybody knows, everything over an acre requires a vote of the people. And with respect to leases, there is council direction on an RFP, on appraisals, consideration for master plan amendments and zoning, etc. But this opportunity provides a transparent, structured process for the review of applications for use of city land. You have before you this evening 2 properties for consideration. The first is approximately 56 acres located at the southwest corner of Boulder City Parkway and Veterans Memorial Drive. The second parcel is located north of the Veterans Memorial Home along Veterans Memorial Drive. It is approximately 280 acres. The applicant is Aaron Meadow, and he is proposing that the council consider adding both of these parcels to the land management process list for outdoor recreation and adventure uses. In your staff report, you have a summary of each of the parcels, and including staff feedback on development of each of these parcels. You also have Mr. Meadows' material explaining what he would like to do with either one of the parcels that talks about outdoor recreation and activities, drive-in theater, and other venues. This is just the initial step in the process. Council tonight will decide whether you want to advance either, both, or none of the parcels forward to the Planning Commission for consideration. Then there will be a public hearing before the Planning Commission. They will weigh in on the suitability of this use at each of these locations. And again, we're looking at outdoor recreation and adventure uses. And then that recommendation comes back to the City Council for consideration. And then at that time, you would vote to either add the parcels to the land management process list or not. Mr. Meadows is here to answer any questions of the council regarding his proposals, and I can answer any questions.
Questions? So whatever we do today, this doesn't lock us into anything.
No, Mayor, and in fact, even if you added these parcels to the land management process list, it doesn't obligate the council to do anything with them. Over the years, we've had parcels that were added to the list. Council decided not to move forward with appraisals and RFP, and eventually they were removed from the list, and that's also by council action.
Okay. So we could change the use if we needed to, for whatever reason.
To change the use, that would restart the process. Every parcel that is on the list has a specified use. If somebody came to the City Council and said, I'd like to do a different use there, we'd have to restart and go through this entire process again.
Right. So it does lock us in unless we go backwards and change it.
To a different use, yes.
Yeah. All right. Questions? Go ahead.
So number 66 on the land management process, is that part of the area that he's asking about?
No, this is north of that one.
North of that?
Correct.
Okay, so it isn't changing that designated land
That is
usage?
correct.
Okay.
Go ahead.
This question probably would be for Aaron, but having a big truck thing, I think that would belong more so out by the where the horses are, between the landfill and the horse area, or our airport area, out in that area, because it seems to me that this is a little too close to housing and a little too close to where the veterans home is. And I don't know if that's a possibility to change that over to like the airport area.
We did, I did
you
initially,
identify yourself?
Aaron Meadow. I did initially have several conversations with the city about what their opinions were of possible locations. However, for this to be successful, it would have to have direct exposure to the main road. The types of tires that are on the truck that we're talking about are called high flotation, and they don't kick up a lot of debris. That's one of the advantages. And then because the truck is so high, it doesn't have all that wind swirling underneath it, so it actually does not produce a lot of dust.
How about noise? Having been to some of these, I know they're quite noisy.
Yeah, this one's pretty mild, but it is actually pretty far from any residence. The closest residence it would be across Veterans Memorial. Then there's that empty lot, and then there's the manufactured homes. But we would have designated hours. We would run the events.
Okay, thank you.
I also have like a 3-minute speech, if you could indulge me, if that's allowed.
Did you have a question that would last for 3 minutes?
Yes, I'd like to have that question that would last for 3 minutes.
Thank you.
I'd like to have an answer.
My wife and I have kids here. We have jobs here. We work, we live. Everything is surrounding with Boulder City. We wanted to bring this new creative approach to support the community. A group of entities created by my wife and I is what we are trying to do. It's called the DAM Universe. With the DAM Universe, the mission is to strengthen the community through education, tourism, positive messaging, mentorship, and give the kids a wow factor, and then mentor the kids into real career paths. This mission includes trade school exposure, introduction to mechanical engineering, positive influence, safe place for the kids to gather, new activities for the youth, and encourage new visitors to draw tourists into Boulder City. And yes, we want to build a monster truck course. Our feature attraction, the Gila Beast, is a Guinness Book of World Records longest monster truck. It was built for $1 million in 2006. The flagship monster truck seats 12 people, and it would be privately funded and community supported. It would require no city funding. Donations would go to www.gilabeast.com or donate@gilabeast.com. The Leapfrog development is one of the reasons we've selected the property. The city does not allow what's called a leapfrog development, so we can't get too far into the desert, otherwise it won't be allowed. So that's one of the reasons we've selected a property that was in close proximity to the main highway, but was also a little bit close to that neighborhood. We first originally wanted to be farther out, but that wouldn't be allowed because it would be a leapfrog. The property has the high visibility. It's a responsible property. It doesn't produce a bunch of noise, a bunch of dust, and it's not going to bother anybody that's local to that area. And the last thing I want to mention is the property currently has an encumbrance. It has a high voltage easement, and it makes that property specifically hard to develop for other uses. And so this is really, in my opinion, the best use for this property because of the encumbrances that it has and the likelihood that it wouldn't attract another person. Thank you.
Did he answer your question?
Yes, that was wonderful. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I have a question for you, Erin, if it's okay there. Do you have to get permission from, say, somebody who's 100 feet around you or a certain miles or whatever? Do you have to get permission from the VA home? Obviously, it's right there. That's the only thing I could think of that would be impacted that far up north. Have you spoken to them or?
So to be clear, what we've asked for is we've asked for basically an alternative, a Site A and a Site B. And so the Site A, the one that we truly want, is on Boulder City Parkway, and which is pretty far from the Veterans Home. The Site B, which is up in Bootleg, which is a much larger property,
Right.
that one, it's a very big parcel, and it is spatially like pretty far from the Veterans Home. I highly doubt that it would be any type of complaint, noise or dust or anything like that. I have not spoken to the Veterans Home administrators about it.
So I'm all about things for youth because we don't have enough in Boulder City for the youth, I think. So anything that's going to educate them, and that list that you made, is that facility going to house all that as well, not just have an event every day or every week? How often would you actually have an event? How often would it be an education center versus all the list of things that you said?
Yeah, so it would not likely run every single day. More than likely it'd be seasonal, and then it would just be dependent on what other entities that we could partner with to keep it going. I mean, it could also be a flea market. It could be a 4x4 experience for Jeeps coming and doing rock obstacles, but it would all be socially responsible things. It would be positive messaging and positive,
Is there anything like what you're proposing in the nation that's actually doing that, or this would be a first?
This would be a first, and it would be a nonprofit. That would be operated as a nonprofit.
That was going to be my next question. Is it your business nonprofit?
This business would be.
Okay.
I think when if I'm looking at it right, because now I'm asking myself, am I looking at things right? It encompasses trails that are out there already, that are like biking trails, paved and not paved?
I'm not sure how that overlay works, but we're not asking to occupy any existing bicycle trails or anything like that. And primarily, we are really seeking the Boulder City Parkway address rather than the Bootleg. The Bootleg was like kind of an option B if you guys didn't allow for the Boulder City Parkway.
So on the Boulder City Parkway, you would like to do the monster truck?
Yes.
I think importantly, while there's an applicant, and the applicant has their ideas of what they might want to do there, the first step in all of this is considering if we believe that the potential use, whether it's that or anything similar to that, is appropriate for that area. Because at the end of the day, even if we thought his business model was wonderful and all supportive, doesn't mean it's even going to happen. So I think let's not put the cart before the horse. Let's consider, is this an appropriate use for the land, and whether or not we want to add it to the land management process, regardless of who or what might be specifically done there. I think we're getting really deep into a business plan that is not even, something to consider at this point. While he's the applicant with his ideas, we're really way back on just, is that the right use for this land? And so I think weighing in on that, I'm not so sure that I'm okay with either of those being rezoned. I think the area up in the Plan B for the applicant is in an area that is widely used for a variety of non-motorized and bicycle recreation. that has a lot of use from residents and non-residents alike. And then the area right off the highway, I'm not convinced yet that I have been presented with a model that I could support. So those are my 2 cents.
Thank you. Mr. Mays, could you come up? So in the development areas, going back to Councilman Walton's observations, Elite RV was looking at that off the highway area as well, is that right? Kind of in that same
They're to the south of the proposed addition.
Okay. And
So-
they're no longer in the mix.
We haven't heard from them in a while, but we confirmed that what's being proposed for 2601 is north of what they were proposing, which is closer to the golf course.
So I think we're trying to figure out something. Boulder City likes to make money off its land. So have we had a proposal that is more than a feel-good thing, or is this a proposal that has money attached to it to basically buy or lease the land?
Well, Mayor Hardy, I would go back to what Councilmember Walton said. It's not so much this business plan, it's do you feel that this type of use is appropriate at either one of these locations? Because even if it's added to the land management process list, the next step would be the council giving staff direction to prepare an RFP and getting appraisals for the land to determine the value. And then we would ask everyone to respond to that RFP with their vision for outdoor recreation uses. And so you would get potentially various proposals, and then you would evaluate those and decide who you would like to move forward with negotiating a lease.
Go ahead.
I do have a question with the one right up against Nevada Way. There's a lot of transmission lines. I know before when we were talking about a grocery store being in one place, you can't build certain things under transmission lines. There's things that can't happen, right? Weren't we discussing that at one point? And it's really, our airport is pretty close there, so you're talking, I think there's runway, I mean, I'm looking at this correctly, and I know that I see airplanes coming, down that way continuously. So could you speak to that as far as that piece of land goes?
Yes, and so when staff evaluated this, some comments that came back are the concern that it's on the approach for runway 15 and departure for runway 33. And so there would be height restrictions for anything that's developed here. And yes, there are limitations about what can be built underneath the transmission lines. Permanent structures within that transmission corridor would not be permitted. The other concern is planned stormwater detention facilities in that area. So from the staff perspective, this was the less desirable of the two proposals for those concerns.
Thank you. I think when I look at that piece of land, to be honest with you, that's when you come right into town, and that's our entry. That's where our sign for the Boulder City Eagles, everything is like right in that area. And considering the flight path and the transmission lines and everything that is involved there, I'm not sure that this is a place for open recreation, other than what we have people walking through there. And the other one, it is slightly concerning to me because of the bike paths. I will say that, there's the bike path area in Veterans Home. So also slightly concerning too, depending on what kind of open recreation. We already have recreation on there that's happening. So That would be my thoughts.
I agree. I think about track 250 that's going in and how close something like that's going to be to them. And to me, there's going to be a lot of noise from that, let alone, and at our airport, we don't have a lot of planes that take off at night. I think we have some helicopters that do some night flying, but pretty much it calms down at a certain time, where this would be in the evening time when people are coming home from work and enjoying their evening. So I think it's a little too close noise-wise. The other one I'm not as concerned about, but I have some of the same concerns that Jerry and Mr. Walton have, or Mr. Jorgensen and Mr. Walton have, about the area being recreational and how we use it in a quiet manner, because that's where you have all your bikes and your bike races going on. So I don't know that that's the best, those are the best areas for what Mr. Meadow wants to do either.
With Ms. Lagan doing the Outdoor Venture Center, is there other properties that could be maybe used for something like this? I know these are the two that are proposed today, and it sounds like neither one of them are going to work, but is there anywhere that could work that's already outdoor recreation?
Currently on the list, I don't believe so, but we could certainly talk with Mr. Meadows about other potential locations. But it's the
No,
mayor's.
we've got you
Yeah.
right now. So so let me ask the question, would it be, for instance, the one on the right as you're coming into town? We wouldn't be able to put a RV parking there, for instance, because it's a permanent structure. Or we could, because we would just have a fence around it.
I would have to double check on some of the easement provisions. I do believe parking lots may be permitted, but not permanent structures under the transmission lines.
And I'm a little nervous about even saying that because it's the entrance to the city. And the entrance to the city, would be not pretty when we're looking at a parking lot for RVs, even though we need them. So there's a lot of things we need, but the location still exists. And I think that is a challenge, looking at the map as to where that is. I think both of them are a challenge for those reasons already stated. And then I have a problem with, how, if we're going to do something in either one of those locations, the clean, green Boulder City, the quiet Boulder City, et cetera, may be too close, too up front for what's happening, then we would like to have it someplace elsewhere. I mean, that's kind of where I'm coming from. So do I hear anybody saying, yeah, this is a great idea to go forward with this?
I think it's a great idea, it's just the wrong location. And maybe just to look at, other locations, like collaborating with the chamber and seeing, what they have in mind with their adventure center, because it seemed like it's something that would fit right into what they want to do, whether they can or not, to Steve's point. That's neither here or there, but if they were going to entertain something like this, it seemed like somewhere in that area where the adventure center is going to be on the backside, lakeside, still got your road going down there, so they would be able to get into that area off the road, but that's not on the table right now, and I guess what's on the table is not agreeable. So my thing is maybe to punt and go back and look at another location.
I don't see anybody coming forth with a motion to approve this location. So we will move forward, and I don't see anybody with that, so we will close that item. and the proponent has heard the misgivings, and will look again and look for that adventure center concept probably. So we'll move forward from 16 to 17. Go ahead, sir.
Good afternoon, Council, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for having us. I'm looking for Council consideration for Resolution 8075, which would be to approve agreement between the City of Boulder City and Rosenbauer, Minnesota, LLC for the purchase of a new fire engine at a price of $1,548,292. I think there's some backstory that's needed when we bring that kind of number to you to kind of explain how we got there, because this has been a journey. First, this price and this purchase will be funded through the VERF fully, so there's no financial obligation outside of the VERF. Second, back in 2022 and 2023, I believe, we put on the VERF for this coming fiscal year of 2027 for the refurbishment of a other fire engine that we currently own at $500,000. A year ago, the apparatus committee made up of all the firefighters, captains, and engineers, and some people from Fleet put together a proposal for refurb through one of the companies down in the valley, and it came back at around $850,000, which was far above what we had budgeted for. Trying to be the most financially responsible for the city and the community, we realized that with this apparatus, we weren't getting a full replacement. They weren't changing the engine, the transmission, the electrical. We were really just getting a more of a buff and new paint job. And with the NFPA requirements of retiring that piece of equipment in about 5 years, that was not the direction we needed to go. It wasn't the right thing to do. So with that, with direction from fire department leadership and some input from Public Works and the Fleet Department, we went out and sought to find a quote for a new fire apparatus. Through that, for about a year build process with the two main manufacturers, Pierce and Rosenbauer, we came up with this as being the best option. One thing that led us away from Pierce, which are currently all of our apparatuses, the build time was 50 to 55 months. So 4.5 years before. If you were to agree to this tonight, we would see this 4.5 years. That doesn't really work. Rosenbauer is guaranteeing us with a financial obligation if they go over that of 675 days. This apparatus has had complete buy-in from the fire department. We believe this apparatus today is going to fit the needs of an all-hazard fire department and grow with the department as those needs change. To give you a little retrospect or a point of reference to where this number, we bought our previous fire engine in 2019 for $659,000. Don't quote me on that exact, but that's around where it was. The starting position for us in this build was just to see what that same fire engine would cost today, because prices have astronomically doubled, tripled, right? As we heard from one of the previous presenters. That same fire engine today was over $1.2 million. So just to buy the same fire engine that does not fit today's fire department, we are at double the price. So we're not too far off of what the market price is here. So with that, I leave you for questions.
Any comments, questions? Go ahead.
Just curiosity for me, do you know any other stations that have a Rosenbauer pumper?
Great question. So we are entering into a world where we will be the first new Rosenbauer purchaser. Henderson Fire Department did purchase 3 of these roughly a decade ago. It was a Rosenbauer fire engine on a different chassis. This is a full Rosenbauer chassis, so it is different. So we will be the first with this type of apparatus from this manufacturer, but we have done our due diligence and reached out to local partners. Kingman has a whole new fleet there. They are moving to purchasing these. We've reached out to other contacts in the industry that are buying these apparatus, and they have nothing really bad to say. We even reached out to someone that came from this valley that grew up and lived in Pierce's, and they still can't find anything really bad to say about them.
Yeah, because you do know Pierce is made in my husband's hometown of where he grew up, Appleton, Wisconsin. But with that being said, I have no family members who either work for them or no relation. Yeah, so no disclosure required. I was just curious if we have any recommendations or comments or ideas or thoughts on, product to product. And so that was my curiosity there.
It's a Ford versus Chevy at this point. They're both giant manufacturers that make a very high-end product custom. We had the same reservations, and we have tried to vet those out extremely thoroughly.
Okay, and I like the idea, like what you just said. We don't want to refurbish something at half the price to last 5 years. I just don't think that makes fiscal sense in the long run. And VERF is a vehicle replacement fund specifically for these kind of items that are larger vehicle replacement, for those who don't know what VERF is. So thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
So I was talking to you the other day about something similar to this, a rescue bumper, and that is the custom that you're having made. So it's not a chassis as a chassis like we would think a chassis. This is something that's going to be custom made for your engine, your truck, correct?
Yes, so all the chassis they actually come over from the over-road fleet, so they're very repairable in that sense. But when you hear the rescue pumper, the pumper's referring to, it's an engine-based apparatus, and the rescue is just the back end part of configuration. And you can have different styles. We chose a rescue pumper because of the size to meet the All Hazards Fire Department, to support the technical rescue program, to support the hazmat program. We carry all that in one fire truck.
Okay, it fits the need. The warranty on this, I believe you said it was like 25 years, or it had a lifetime guarantee?
Yes, so as we discussed, I think previously, every part of the fire engine has a different warranty. Some have 5, some have a couple years. Paint is different than the fire engine, like the actual diesel engine, correct? The one thing that's unique to this is it's a lifetime warranty on the back part of the actual apparatus. So if you took out where the firefighters and captains they sit, that back part has a full lifetime warranty. It's a more structurally sound, and it actually does allow for a remount in the future that kind of goes along with our ambulance. So if we do love this product and we want to refurb it or remount it, we can actually take that portion off, put a new fire engine underneath it, which would meet all the ISO standards and recommendations from NFPA, and it would be a cost savings to the community.
Thank you.
Go for it.
I'd like to make a motion to approve resolution number 8075.
I'll second.
Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. It's been unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you, Council. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you,
Mayor.
sir. That brings us to number 18, and Councilman Walton.
Thank you, Mayor. Kind of appropriate that we are along the emergency services theme in the second half of our meeting. So I asked for this to come up because we've had, over the years, great and detailed discussion about the fire and emergency, fire and EMS services and capabilities within our community. So in November of 2021, there was a workshop held specifically to hear the community risk assessment from the fire chief. And there was great detail added to that. And you have that as a handout, handout number, well, there's 2 number 18s, but one is or for item 18, I'm sorry, 2 handouts. And so one is the workshop dated November 17, 2021, and the other one is just highlighted with item 7, which was what several members of this council heard in December of 2022. So the presentation went in great detail about the community risk. There was an assessment done following national standards. And there's a question asked in that workshop, was staffing and response levels determined by a canned standard, basically, or formula? And the answer was no. The beauty of doing a detailed community risk assessment is that it's specific to your community. What's the topography? What's the demographic? How many nursing homes are there? How many inaccessible properties do you have because of topography? What are the response times to different areas of the community? What's the number of EMS calls, ALS versus advanced life support versus basic life support, versus fire response versus vehicle accidents versus hazardous materials. I mean, the whole gamut. And so anyway, from that workshop, there was the statement that because of the response times or the lack thereof to certain parts of the community, a second fire station was recommended with the potential down the road as made possible through strategic planning, additional staff. And so that was given to that council, and it kind of sat there. And then a later council in December of 2022 set aside, as you recall, in land designation and zoning, Quartzsite and Nevada Way for a second fire station. So we continued to make progress towards the meeting the goals of covering our response times and better coverage for our community from the report at the workshop. And there was a certain amount of money that was indicated, around 1.3, 1.4 million for being able to get that station in place. After that went out to actual bid and actual conversation, it came back double or triple that. So that died on the vine as well. So the reason I bring this item before council today is for us to discuss if we want to direct staff to review the analysis that was done and to come back and tell us, where are we in our fire and EMS response for our community? And do we need to prioritize a variety of improvements or not? I think this has been a thing that we've wrestled with. We've talked about staffing, how we need not just one-time funds, but recurring funds if we are going to hire staffing. And well, if we're going to do that, that takes planning, and it takes planning year after year, not just one time like a capital improvement project. So I'm just curious if our council wants to direct staff to tell us, hey, are we there or are we not? Do we put this on the shelf or do we put it on the strategic plan to march forward with the ideas that have been presented as the framework, or what changes should be done? And I don't think that it's right that if we were told there are deficiencies and there began to be a process and we just die on the vine, then are we failing in our obligation to provide proper community safety support to our community? Or is it not really a priority, and are we going to make the decision to put it on the shelf and wait for another report to come in the future? I don't want to be negligent in my obligation to provide public safety to our community, and I don't know that any of us want to be. And without accurate and current information, I don't think we can make that decision. So that's what this is about. Do we want to direct staff to maybe start with a report that was given at the workshop, review it, and come back with current information so that then we can decide where a priority lies or not?
Councilwoman Booth.
I like your idea, Mr. Moulton, but the only piece that I would like to see added to that is what is the cost of the things that they would be recommending, so that we would know what you're recommending and what is the cost behind that recommendation. So that was the only thing that I'd like to see changed.
I think first is the priority piece. I mean, I live literally a stone's throw from the fire department, so I'm good. But if I lived on the lakeside, I would be thinking a lot differently if the response time was a lot longer. That being said, I think there's no way we cannot say where we are and if we want to go forward. Because safety and security is what we're all elected for, to watch over our residents. And I think to not even look at it, that would be shameful. So first and foremost, I think we should dust off, it looks like everybody was here except me, dust off, the old plan, look at it, and then go forward. That's a reasonable service.
I believe I was maybe one of the only ones to be here for both.
You are.
I don't know what that says, but hopefully that's a good thing. So in looking at both of them in the presentation, I remember the presentation, I remember what came in. There was information on calls, how many calls were double calls, how long it took. We got down some response times because we did not a bi-monthly, is it a bi-monthly report or whatever, the report that comes out that kind of had response times in it, right? Was it bi-monthly or whatever? Oh, every month. So we were starting to see those times come down, which was great, and we were appreciative of it. I don't think anyone's arguing the fact that response time to one council member's house could be quicker than to another, right? Because depending on where you live in position of the fire station, I too live pretty close and would be fine. But I don't like the idea of thinking of just myself. I like the idea of thinking of the entire community because I think that's highly important. With that being said, I also feel like we have an obligation to safety first and making sure that there is a level of safety for them and protection. And then also financial security and the ability, since we can't take out large debt and I think I mentioned this in the briefing, so you were here to hear it. I serve on the debt commission, so I see that other communities have the opportunity to go out, take out bonds or take out debt to be able to finance something like this. And so I would also like to know the cost, just because you have to figure out how to finance something like that, like this, because there would be cost incurred if this report, which I don't doubt will come back with some information stating, hey, listen, we're not close enough in some regards. But then what does that entail, and what are some creative solutions, if there are some that we could utilize to help us if financially this ends up being something of a little bit bigger of a reach? Because if it came back $1.5 million more or $2 million more back then, I can't even imagine now. I mean, which, in the market that we're sitting at now, and I don't know if that's ever going down. I kept thinking there'd be a swing where it would go back down, but I haven't seen that swing yet. So my thought process is, yes, sure, let's go through, let's look at it, let's use some of this new data that you've been giving us so readily, which we're so appreciative of, and take a good, honest look at it, both from a financial and a safety / combined look. And then if you could come back with, if you thought there were some creative solutions. I mean, is the problem EMT? I don't want to sound naive, but is it an emergency response more than fire, right? Or are you getting calls where you need to go to help someone who's sick or different things that have happened? Is that most of your calls? If so, do we have a smaller station that has just that there? You know what I'm just asking. Like, are there some solutions for our community that could work? And if you think there are, could you also include that in the report? Thank you.
Thank you. I think we're all kind of on the same page in a different book. I look at this from a medical standpoint, where most of our calls, I suspect, are from falls or from medical things, and so we use our paramedics for that. But when we use our paramedics, we also move the fire truck, and I just found out what fire trucks cost. So there's an equation, and when we had this discussion before, we recognized that there was a problem on Lakeside and there's a problem on the Horse Streets or Del Prado. So we actually need 2 more stations. And then if we need 2 more stations, then we need to put the people in those stations. And it's really not actually the building that costs, it's the people. And the people are two different kinds of people, all under the fire department, the quote-unquote firefighter and the quote-unquote paramedic, and many times they're the same person. And so I think the quote study we're talking about has to recognize that we already know some things about response times, but is the response time for the fire, is the response time for the fall out of bed, is the response time for the MI, myocardial infarction, all of those things are different. And yet we recognize, and I would be curious to look at other communities who are in this same kind of thing. And then the other issue is, as far as debt's concerned, we can go to the vote of the people and take out debt. Good luck. But that's the reality. If somebody says, okay, we can take out debt, this look at it would have to include the here, there. I mean, I couldn't say, okay, we're going to take care of these people, but not these people, because you'd have to take care of both people. And then are you going to take care of the fire or the medical or both? And which one would you have to staff for? Would you have to staff for fire at both different places? I think this is bigger than all of us. And I don't know that anybody has resolved these kinds of things, but at risk are not just the people, but the structures, that people pay insurance for. And so it behooves all of us to figure out, how much we pay in fire insurance, because that is one of the things, or whatever. So I think the relook at the whole process has to look beyond the quote full complement of fire to understand what's also happening with the full complement of emergency medical things. And if you went to people and asked them, what your taxes were and what you want to do with a bond, that would have to go to the vote of the people. And I think that's because we can't do this by the property tax. And so what is it that we could even, so that would have to be included in the quote-unquote study, is what we could do. And by the way, if we did have, I don't know how much a fire truck costs now, but I know how much a pumper truck costs now. And 2 million, 5 million, 2.5. I've been told it costs about 2.5 million.
That's a good guess.
Yeah. So that has to go into the equation, and that has to go in the equation, like the ambulance. How much, I wonder how much an ambulance would cost. Oh, probably about,
Remount 265.
that's what I was gonna say. Yeah.
You got it.
So I think it's, those are legitimate questions asked. Appreciate you bringing this up, because I think we have to say to people, we looked at it and we said,
Absolutely.
this is why, and this is a rationale, and see you at the ballot box.
Yeah. And there are grants that are out there like SNP-LMA, and I had passed them on to our city manager to look at one end of it. But there are ways to do things. I just think that I don't see in here at all that I think could be considered. And, rather than to say no, we'll look at it and see where it goes.
And I think that's where we're coming from. Anybody have? So you ready to make a motion on your bringing something up?
I think what I'm hearing is we're all in concurrence with, we need to find out what our status is, and then our job is really, once we know the status, to do the cost benefit analysis. Yes. That's the hard work, and that lays on our shoulders, right? And then we have to decide what And I like that it was requested during this that we receive professional input on what alternative ideas might be so that we could enhance the cost benefit, the greatest benefit at the most effective use of funds while doing both. And that really is the hard work of city council. But if we could get some professional input on what some alternatives might be along that journey as well. So Mayor, if you were suggesting I make a motion, I guess that we would direct staff to begin with the risk assessment that was made and model the new updated information after that to get us current, and provide some suggestions on what might be creative and efficient ways to make up gaps if there are any, and give council some thoughts on which to jump off into the conversation about cost benefit. That's my motion.
That's a great motion.
Okay.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Moved and seconded, discussion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay. It's unanimous, thank you. That's your opportunities. And we will now go to number 19, City Council appointments to the Parks and Rec Commission. And those are on your packet. Somebody's going to present.
Thank you. I have to use the city attorney's computer because I've lost my paperwork. This item, we're requesting that council make 2 appointments to the Parks and Recreation Commission. The term would be January 4th, 2026 through January 4th, 2030. We have one existing member, Chad Shoup, who has served since 2023. He's interested in serving another term. And then we had one member, Shay Palkowski, who resigned, but his term was expiring January 4th, 2026 anyway. So recommending 2 appointments, please.
I'd like to recommend Chad Shoup.
Is there a second?
Do you need a second or just a vote? Or more recommendations?
Yeah, you would see if there's any more recommendations, and then if there's none, that it would just be by acclamation.
Do we recommend the 2 right now, or just go with the 1 and vote, and then go with the second one?
For
Yeah,
each
one at a time.
term, yeah.
This is for the first one.
Okay.
So we've had a recommendation to continue Chad Shoup.
For the number 1.
And if there's no other recommendation, then he's in.
Yeah, so you would just ask, are there any other nominations?
Are there any other nominations for that particular role? Seeing no other nominations,
Then he's appointed by acclamation.
he's appointed by acclamation. Okay? That brings us to the second position.
I'd like to nominate Indiana
Gavik.
Gavlak? Krulak?
So Indiana G.
I don't know, I didn't know how to say it either.
Okay,
Gavik.
Gerlach.
And is there a second?
I second.
And is there any other nomination? So if there's no other nomination, Indiana G is by appointment and by acclamation. Thank you. And that brings us to the city manager's report.
Thank you, Mayor. This is the regular monthly report on claims paid, and there's nothing out of the ordinary to report.
That brings us to 21.
And the same for the monthly financial report as well.
If there's no other comments, that brings us to public comment. Anyone here or online, 702-589-9629. Anyone here in chambers would like to come forward and give public comment? And then while you're waiting, 702-589-9629.
For the record, Brandon Smith. Good evening, Mayor, Council, staff, ladies and gentlemen still left in the audience. I just want to take this opportunity to thank you all, everybody from our brilliant council to our staff here, for making Boulder City the place that it is. And would also like to thank Denise, Miss Asher, sorry, for her weekly community outreach, which I understand is kind of going away for the next year. But applaud her efforts, her individual efforts weekly for listening to the citizens of Boulder City and letting everyone's voice be heard, whether it's in this chamber or in a coffee shop or a water filtration plant somewhere, and just letting everybody express their wants, their desires, their needs, their problems, and how they think the community could continue in a positive manner. So thank you for that. I hope that we will take this opportunity also to consider Boulder City going forward into the next half decade, and how we can continue to restore, rejuvenate, respect the nature of the city itself, including obviously our historic character, and keep in mind what's best to keep that intact. And just remember to keep everybody safe and loved and warm and cared for over the holiday period, and wish you all a very happy holiday period and Happy New Year. Thank you so very much for your service.
Thank you. 7:02, we have somebody.
Public comment.
Good evening. For the verbatim record, Fred Volz. While it is important for both sides of a contractual obligation to be treated fairly, City Council's primary job is to represent the interests of the residents and businesses rather than readily acquiesce to a service provider's requested contract changes. Despite tonight's extensive discussion and statistics provided for the trash hauling contract with Boulder City Disposal, a key element has been overlooked. Nowhere in the documentation or discussion of item number 15 did any annual financial statements consisting of income statements and balance sheets appear buttressing the last 5 years of higher costs and allegedly inadequate income. Discussing various levels of prospective rate increases without establishing revenue requirements and or an acceptable profit margin does the public a large disservice. If indeed the city chooses to treat solid waste disposal as a regulated monopoly utility, much as the Public Utilities Commission of Nevada would oversee Southwest Gas or Nevada Energy, then there would be specific profit maximums allowed, expressed variously as return on equity or rate of return, without any profit overages or deficiencies. Boulder City would be wise to secure, publish, and analyze that financial documentation, then release it for public consumption before discussing any rate increases. As for item 18, numerous EMS calls requiring long transit trips to the Las Vegas Valley take staff away from Boulder City. The new fire chief needs to analyze the nature of EMS calls in conjunction with local hospital management to determine what new medical services could be profitably provided by the local hospital, thereby potentially minimizing the excessive taxi service provided by the fire department staff to Las Vegas Valley hospitals. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else on the line? And seeing no one in council chambers, we'll close public comment and go to city council report. Mr. Walton.
Thank you, Mayor. My computer battery is on its very last leg, so I'll be quick. And I know you guys will appreciate that. Okay, from the Water Authority, I don't have any new report. Colorado River Commission, of significant note to Boulder City. Today, we approved several $100,000 for breakers and other electrical parts for the rebuild or the build of Substation 3. And so those things occur through the acquisition, through the Colorado River Commission, through the resources they have, and then are given and delivered to Boulder City, wherein we will have our staff do the work. We stand to gain the purchase power of the Colorado River Commission when we purchase through them. And also, there was an allocation assessment for the Parker Davis Dam on the Colorado River further south from Boulder City. And there was an allocation for all the potential users. And of note, Boulder City has been determined to receive, as we requested, up to 7% of all the hydropower production from Parker Davis. So to augment our other purchases, including Hoover hydropower. And as we all know, our former now Utilities Director, Joe Stubitz, is working for the Colorado River Commission. I had the chance to catch up with him today, and we, through the Colorado River Commission, appointed Mr. Stubitz to be the representative for the CRC to the Silver State Energy Association. So he continues to serve similar goals that Boulder City has for kind of the management and the purchase and development of power that we do purchase from. So that was noteworthy. And for our January 25 to October 25 use, of course, our overall allocation for 90 some odd years has been 300 acre feet per year. And now we're in the tier 1 and then the drought restrictions, so that takes us down 21,000 acre feet to a total of just right at 280,000 acre feet, 279. We've withdrawn, though, so our allocation is 279,000 acre feet. We've withdrawn, all the purveyor members within the Southern Nevada, 382,000 acre feet. So the question is, well, how can you withdraw more than your allocation is? Return flow credits, right? So of the diverted flow of 382.9 thousand acre feet, we've returned 202,000 acre feet. And so our consumptive use is only 180,000. So we're far below by about 100,000 acre feet, our allocation. Now, Boulder City has implemented water savings through what we all come to know and love as the term controlled growth. Right, so while we are not currently participating in the return flow, we use in the neighborhood of less than 2% of the total allocation to Southern Nevada, or less than 2% of the now 279,000 acre feet. And so 13% roughly of our 2% is what we lose out into the desert. And so if we were to return flow credits on that, well, that's what that whole feasibility study was about, and it's looked like the cost is going up, and the value is maybe going to be questioned along the journey. We'll see when the report fully becomes public. We don't know what that is yet. So anyway, that's the report. The Convention and Visitors Authority report, we had F1 prior to the week of Thanksgiving. Very positive coverage and impact on the entire destination. Global exposure in the millions for Las Vegas, which always results in visitation. Max Verstappen won last year. He won again this year. The guy's got a monopoly on Las Vegas. Notably, there is an F1 all-female academy to develop female F1 racers. There have only been 2 or 3 in the history of F1, so they've developed this academy to develop female racers to enter into the to the pro ranks with F1. And so that race was actually held here on November 21st, and there's a gal from France who won that race and for the development of female racers. Really interesting. We're right now in the middle of the 40th National Finals Rodeo that's been held in Las Vegas. There was a little break there for, I think, Oklahoma City. It wraps up this weekend. Expected visitation from that 10-day event is about 340,000 visitors to the destination, and all the economic impact that that means. Now remember, over the averages, now this was before the current world socioeconomic things changed in the last 12 months or so, there was about 6 million visitors that came to the Strip who said, I want to go off the Strip and I want to do adventures. And that resulted in a high increase in visitation here to Boulder City. We know we hear foreign languages spoken all up and down our little downtown area and see people from all over the country and the world visiting our businesses and going to do adventure, either at the airport or down at the dam or wherever else we're doing things. So really, as the destination excels, so does Boulder City. We are directly related to that. Very notably, there's a new I-15 Coalition Safety Project, and it's called Coalition for Our Future. Regionally, California, Nevada, Arizona, and Utah are focused on studying and implementing safety and capacity improvements on I-15. It's been decades coming. I think we all could say it's a day late, hopefully not a dollar short, but now they're getting serious with staffing and funding to look at how we can make substantive improvements to safety and capacity along the I-15 corridor feeding these southwestern states. That's all for my committee reports. I want to wish everybody a happy, safe, and joyful Hanukkah, Kwanzaa, Christmas, and holiday season to all. Thank you.
I might not have quite as much to report, but very important, I tell you. So I did do my meeting for Debt Commission last Thursday. Also, a board meeting for the Boulder City Museum and Historic Association, and I would like you guys to pass on the Fenton House is moving forward, and a huge thanks to the community development team who helped them so very, very much. They had nothing but positive things to say about the whole process with them. So thank you very much. It's always nice to hear those kind of things when you go to a board meeting, so please pass that on. Just personally, thank you, police and fire, for the food drive and the things that you gave and the time you gave, right, to organize and put something like that together. I think that says a lot for our community and about the sense of community that our safety providers have here. And that's, I think, why we're a safer community. And we're a close-knit community. And thank you to Boulder City Aid for everything that they're doing, emergency aid. And if you're by the credit union this time of year, there's a little donation ringing and a little pot there that you can use. There are many, many people in this community putting together the opportunity for people to be able to have something this holiday season that may not otherwise have it. I know, I believe, right, there is a Christmas dinner that was last year held at the Girl Scout building, still at 12 to 3 p.m. Christmas Day. If you do not have a place to go, I went last year, put on by members of our community also, and very beautiful, to be honest with you. Many hours that go into it. So huge thank you for that. Last but not least, my husband called me. He happened to be in Wisconsin and did a video last week of a Hallmark Christmas. And it was snow and it was everything. It was all the decorations. Not to be outdone by my Hallmark Christmas, which included a dancing from our local dance group in front of the lights being turned on at the Christmas house and the Christmas tree being turned on. Santa showed up. People, I mean, listen, We're so blessed to live where we live and have these opportunities that we still have in our community. So I sent it back to them. And I say thank you to everyone in our community who goes above and beyond.
Thank you.
I just want to share, being a city council person, sometimes you get to do some fun things, believe it or not. And the Department of Water and Power invited us over to the lodge. And my 40 years here, I've never been to the lodge. So that was a really a great treat. And then they also took us through the dam on a special little tour, and I got to go through some 24-foot tunnels and look out the side of the dam, so that was really exciting. And they have agreed to partner with us for next year for the 250th birthday of America and open up the lodge and allow everybody to see it. So I was excited about that. And then I also serve on the Main Street Board, and they're going to have a New Year's Eve party here, which is going to be a lot of fun. They've got a lot going on. It's going to be a 1980s dress style. If you want to dress up, you don't have to, but it's 1980s, and they're going to pick a boy and a girl to be the winner and have a little sash and a tiara. So that's one of the little things they're going to do. And they're going to all the restaurants are going to be open for you. They're going to have plastic cups so you can go from one restaurant to the next. You can order hors d'oeuvres at each one of them, we're hoping. And our favorite person is going to be the DJ, and that's going to be Mike. And so there'll be music all night. And they're going to have heaters around so you can stay warm. And then we hope you will all take advantage of our hotels. They're going to have some discounts for us, so that's going to be really exciting. And I just wanted to close with saying Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. And I just feel so blessed to live in Boulder City. I feel the same way. It makes you want to cry. You feel so lucky that you get to live in such a wonderful town. And then Lola and I will be at the Kettle on the 19th. So you can look for Lola. She'll have a red bow on. And we look forward to doing that. And thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you, Cookie.
So our Civilian Military Council was moved till next week, so I don't have anything to report on. I will report on it next year, but it has been a privilege to serve my first year on the council, and I'd like to give a heartfelt thanks to all my fellow councilmen and women, the staff for helping me get through this year, and the residents we serve. Thank you to the residents who have reached out to me with concerns, questions, and encouragement. Together we have accomplished many goals, and as it is with list of goals, there's much more to do. I'm looking forward to next year with its challenges, but especially the buzz of excitement it promised to bring to our charming historic town. But what has most impressed me and is most evident throughout this last 2 months is the amount of giving. I think many people have said it tonight, all the giving that Boulder City does. But I'd like to give a shout out to the Senior Center, the Emergency Aid, Toys for Tots, Boulder City Angels, Operation Christmas Child, St. Jude's Children's Home, the Veterans Home, and the Youth Leadership Authority. If it's be told, I'm sure there's a list of people I left out, but a lot of giving to all these organizations, a lot of happy children this Christmas, and I'm thankful for that. And if that's not enough, our community ends the year by breaking bread together at I thought it was at the multi-purpose building, but I guess it's at the Girl Scout building? It is at the multi-purpose building for our community potluck Christmas dinner on Christmas Day from noon until 3 p.m. So no one should be alone. Please come out and enjoy each other's company. From my family to yours, I'm wishing everyone a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year's and a year chock full of peace and joy next year, hopefully. Thank you for allowing me to serve.
Thank you all. I think one of the things that we found recently that has been magnified is the relationships that we have with our sister cities in Clark County. And this was magnified the other day. City manager took me on a shooting expedition to El Dorado Valley, where we got to figure out that our aim really is pretty good. And so we had a virtual test to see who we could catch the bad guys. We looked at the EVOC, the emergency vehicle people, and what happened is we had about the western states, all of the congressional attaches, staffers came to Boulder City, and they went to Boulder City where they could learn how to drive fast cars and not wreck, and how to shoot bad guys. And they saw Boulder City for what it is and what we do with our relationships with other entities. Henderson and Boulder City have worked very well together, bringing that all to fruition. And we had huge rainstorms, and quite frankly, we didn't get the floods that we had 20 years ago. It was amazing how well the flood control district has worked, and I sit on that, but obviously I can't take credit for stopping the floods.
Right.
The RTC provides the buses that go to the F1s, and you can go anywhere and take the bus for, is it $2 a way, one way, and you come back for $2 the other way, and you don't have to park, and it's a good deal. So we are well represented through the greater Las Vegas area from Boulder City, and I appreciate everybody's contribution because we look good, and they listen to us, and they care about us. And speaking of care, we are all grateful for this season of the year where we get to serve and we get to help people, and we love those people in Boulder City who help everybody else. And with that, this meeting's adjourned. Thank you.